Okay, the IAA is really getting their money's worth from us. We saved their agents and got most of Avon's weapons off the board.
So it's kind of how I feel about Mirror Park these days. So over it, you know? Exactly. Just breathe through it. Let's totally connect later. Bye. Namaste.
Because you're 29 years old and jacking off to porn every night. Are you lying? Have you ever met one in person?
So, a lot of people like that they were
And we're all gonna die before we're 30.
So, I've thought of something for the kids already. And don't worry, Daddy of 5. We're back.
I've got news, Fair.
I'm making the kids cupcakes right now. And I guess I'm going to be giving them some special mayonnaise icing. So, yeah, that's about it. Hold on.
Mom's house. Bring the deposition back in.
Think you can't afford a new home? Think again. Find your dream home at an incredible... For 30 years, El Salvador has been ravaged by a gang war that has already taken more than 60,000 lives. Gangs that terrorize the population, harass small business owners, and murder all those who refuse to comply.
Por favor, porque así...
Our informant is in communication with one of the leaders of the Barrio 18 gang, El Barrio 18. After weeks of negotiations, he has agreed to meet with us, but we won't know the address of the meeting until the very last minute.
Le pedí que me mandara la ubicación porque como cambiamos de lugar, entonces ese lugar exactamente no lo conozco.
The leader of the gang is being hunted by the police. He controls a strategic neighborhood in San Salvador, the capital. The man's name is Julio. He is about to swear in a new member, nicknamed the Little One.
Vamos a ubicar a un compañero. Lo vamos a dar un ingreso a la familia. Ustedes ya saben cómo es la onda. Le tienen que enseñar el respeto y la disciplina.
¿Cuáles son las cualidades de la persona indispensables para ser parte de la familia de la partida?
Simplemente que esté en total actividad. Las facultades mentales, ya sabe usted, pues entre más loco está mejor.
Pero hay que haber matado antes o algo para ser parte de esto.
Fíjese de que voy a omitir esa pregunta, solamente lo voy a dejar a la imaginación, ¿verdad?
At just 17 years old, the Little One has already completed some jobs for the gang. But to be a full-fledged member, he must go through a rite of passage, a ceremony after which he will choose his war name.
Ya saben de que se tienen que pegar no duro ni tampoco suave, sino que con el amor que ustedes saben, pues, ¿verdad? Que en la calle nos han enseñado, ¿verdad? Vaya, acérquense. Párate vos ahí, no le van a pegar ni en la cara, ni en los huevos, ni chontazos, ni codazos, cágale. 1, 2, pégale. 3, 4.
The leader of Barrio 18 will slowly count to 18.
15, 16, 17, la 18, órale. Órale. Bienvenido. Bienvenido, ya sabe ahí. Vaya, sabe, bienvenido a la familia. Tiene que portar bien de ahora en adelante. Oiga, ¿cómo quiere que le digan? Vaya, él es el terrible de la pandilla 18. Oigan, hoy delante él es su hermano, ya no es su amigo ni su compañero, es su hermano de hoy en adelante. Así como él lo tiene que cuidar, ustedes lo tienen que cuidar a él.
¿Qué sentís ahora que ya sos parte de esto oficialmente?
Bien, o sea, contento porque ya soy parte de la familia.
To ease his pain, the leader of the gang has his own way of dealing with it.
A ver, ya le dimos la medicina, no porque ya ratito estaba, ay. No, pero duele, ¿qué pensás que a mí no me dolió?
The Terrible dropped out of school in 9th grade in the hope of one day joining the gang. Caught off guard, his parents could only advise him to be careful.
Sí.
He will now have to obey his leader's orders, whatever they may be.
Esto es como un trabajo. Si usted se mete a trabajar, lo único que ahí te despiden, ¿verdad? Y aquí no. Y pues sí es un día importante, pienso yo, porque ahí es donde uno toma la decisión, pues qué va a querer hacer toda su vida.
Robbery, extortion, assassinations. The new recruit's schedule will fill up quickly. His boss will personally make sure of it. Black sandy beaches along the Pacific Ocean, Spanish colonial architecture, volcanic lakes surrounded by restaurants. El Salvador has many qualities of a dream destination. However, tourists are becoming increasingly rare. This small Central American country, bordering Honduras and Guatemala, is often referred to as one of the most dangerous in the world. Every year, between 3,000 and 6,000 people are murdered in El Salvador, shocking for a population of just 6 million. Since the 1990s, the country has faced an extremely violent gang war.
En una bolsa viene cabeza y en la otra viene el resto del cuerpo, el tronco.
The main two gangs at the forefront of this war are the MS-13 and the Barrio 18. Their members are called the Maderos.
Son ellos, no somos nosotros. Matamos o nos matan.
There are rumored to be over 60,000 Maderos throughout the country. They have taken control of the majority of neighborhoods, terrorizing their inhabitants.
Se acercan a ellos, si no les colaboran, pues los matan.
In an attempt to stop the violence, the newly elected president, Nayib Bukele, declared a state of emergency in June 2019.
Nos toca ahora a todos cuidarlo, sacar adelante a ese niño que es nuestra familia, es nuestro país, es El Salvador.
5,000 soldiers and 2,500 police are deployed throughout the country. In prisons, conditions of detention for gang members are getting tougher.
No quiero ningún pandillero.
In San Francisco Gotera,
Vamos a leer el verso número 28.
the prisoners are subjected to intense religious conditioning.
Vuestra confianza está mudada.
Those who disrespect the law of these evangelical pastors are punished. Despite these strong measures, gang leaders continue to gather new recruits. The whole country has been overrun by terror.
Las paredes tienen oídos y mejor es el que no sabe nada.
To leave a gang, there is only God.
Yo te clamo, Señor, misericordia.
Or death. We met criminologists
El ver cadáveres de niños mutilados duele.
and gang leaders.
Yo he tenido 18 años, fue la primera vez que maté a una persona.
For several weeks, we dug deep into this ruthless world of the Salvadorian Maderos, where death sets the rhythm of daily life and people are murdered for just a few dollars. In the center of the capital city, San Salvador, the Department of Forensic Medicine in the Ministry of Justice. The morning shift change takes over. The business in progress, giving a name to the most recent bodies found. Around 20 coroners work here 24/7, on call to leave for a crime scene at any given moment. It is the 13th of the month, the preferred date for the MS-13 to commit murders. For Barrio 18, it's unsurprisingly 5 days later, on the 18th. It's 2 p.m. Leonardo has just been called to the switchboard.
Ni modo, a trabajar de nuevo. A la Trinidad. 3 maduritos.
The coroner is used to particularly gruesome crime scenes. He never leaves his intervention kit behind.
Para empezar, para la lluvia, pues terreno difícil para protección de rodillas, mascarilla, es por los olores fuertes de la descomposición de los cadáveres. Impermeable para que no se adhieran los olores a la ropa.
¿Y un cuchillo también?
Sí, un cuchillo también. Para cortar naranjas, comida y otras cositas más ahí, otros trucos más.
In 14 years, Leonardo has assessed hundreds of bodies.
Cuando se es médico forense en El Salvador, hay mucho trabajo.
Sí, bastante trabajo. La violencia en este país es bastante grande, así que...
Los números de cadáveres que han trabajado.
No, son tantos que ya uno pierde la cuenta. Son muchos cadáveres.
The crime scene is located in a neighborhood that happens to be controlled by gangs. Leonardo is met with a significant security presence. Most of the investigators are hooded to avoid reprisals against them or their families. The 3 bodies are located below the houses in this ravine.
Está desmembrado. Está desmembrado. Está en las 2 manos, miembros superiores y los pies.
The corpses show the marks from the Barrio 18 gang. The police were able to locate the bodies thanks to a video of the massacre taken by a gang member.
Entonces,
no voy a llevar mi bastón.
eso sí.
Ahí voy.
P.F. Chang's invites you to celebrate the holidays with fried chicken and bubbles.
A few kilometers away, in the nearby suburbs of San Salvador, Ingrid, Leonardo's colleague, also arrives at a crime scene. A motorcyclist reported the body to the authorities. In El Salvador, around 10 murders are committed every day.
¿Y lo que se conoce del caso?
Que había presencia de un bulto, estaba ensabanado, con sábana blanca.
¿Cómo dejaron orientada la cabeza?
Al norte.
Al norte.
Ingrid gives the investigators the go-ahead to start handling the corpse.
En los bolsas no tiene nada.
Vamos a ver si hay algo.
The man has no papers on him. The coroner immediately looks for signs of the cause of death.
Estaba puleado, tiene edema en la...
Sangre.
En la cabeza no estaba puleado, solo el surco completo sí estaba. 3 surcos completos, apergaminados.
Ingrid already has a hypothesis on this crime.
Probablemente una asfixia por estrangulación, pero se va a determinar todo en autopsia.
El estrangulamiento es un modo de operación de la enfermedad.
Sí. A veces puede ser solamente con un lazo, con una pita, pero también puede ser manual. Pero sí se realizó así.
Back to the crime scene that Leonardo is examining, the police have found the first body.
You're the perimeter team. You'll be hijacking the inbound Boeing transport. The pilot's going to LSIA. And me, I'm gonna put up some smoke in a nice crowded public place.
En dos bolsas, otro cuerpo. En una bolsa viene cabeza, ambos brazos y ambas piernas. Y en la otra viene el resto del cuerpo, el tronco.
Leonardo has little doubt about the cause of death.
En el caso del descontrol, sí ha sido un objeto cortocontundente o un machete el que ha hecho esos cortes. Sí, la firma de ellos es desmembrarlo, cortarlo en piezas y después depositarlo en una fosa pequeña.
A frequent horror for a very specific purpose.
Infundir más temor a la población, mientras más violento sea, mejor para ellos porque las personas tienen más miedo de que les pueda suceder esa situación.
Ingrid has brought the corpse from the roadside to the morgue at the Department of Forensic Medicine in the Ministry of Justice. Their hypothesis is quickly confirmed.
En él se encontraron hemorragias subconjuntivales, cianosis de la boca y de los lechos unguiales de manos, con las características del surco, una estrangulación.
A DNA test will attempt to identify the victim, but no matter how hard the forensic doctors try, it is important to know that in El Salvador, 1 out of 5 bodies remain unclaimed by families. Scared of what could happen, families rarely collaborate with the justice system. Maria's son was murdered following a racketeering case. She was one of those who refused the police's help.
Hubieron unos detectives que querían que uno levantara, ¿cómo le llaman? Una búsqueda por lo que la había atacado. A veces las paredes tienen oídos y mejor se hace el que no sabe nada.
Her husband is a taxi driver. He refused several times to pay the tax imposed by a gang when he went through their neighborhood.
Las personas conocían dónde vivíamos. Le dijeron de que si él no daba la renta, que si él no arreglaba la cosa, le dieron cierta hora que iba a hallar a su hija.
Without money, the couple was unable to comply. The gang then killed their son with several bullets. To save the life of their second child, Maria and her husband decided to flee.
Se ha fijado de que la mayoría de gente sale de sus hogares por sus hijos. Porque perder un niño es bien difícil.
In El Salvador, 1 in 4 people are victims of extortion. To talk about it is to put oneself in a position of extreme vulnerability. As a result, the gangs grow their small businesses without fear of denunciation. Despite this law of silence, Roberto got to know the business of these elusive maderos. In this neighborhood of around 5,000 inhabitants, racketeering brings the gang $80,000 a month.
Ellos sí pagan extorsión aquí. Los vendedores que vienen del lado afuera a vender aquí, ellos sí les pagan a los pandilleros para ingresar. Pero la gente de la comunidad no paga extorsión.
This drink delivery man, for example, has to pay $30 each visit.
Ya no pueden dejar a través de la tienda. Que ellos, la mayoría les colaboran y de una forma bastante estratégica y oculta.
One of the gang's errand boys will come and collect the money. Since the emergency and the reinforcement of patrols in June 2019, gang members have had to become more discreet. There are thousands of men stationed as lookouts.
I thought they were sending professionals. I collaborate and we'll get a shoot for the pleasure. Just give me.
Uno entra, llega a la entrada, ya ellos ya sabe
There are some
cuántos
screws. I hope we
quiénes nos
run.
acompañan.
Let's go!
Siempre piden informar.
When the police arrive, the alleyways are empty. Only children and a few elderly people dare to go out. The police are on their guard. In 2019, 25 officers were killed by gangs. Suddenly, Roberto and his colleagues see a suspect, probably a lookout.
Officer, you're clearing a path for the transporter and Reshkovsky. Get them out alive. We flooded you around out of there. Listen up. You ain't moving till the area's clear. Come on.
The young man is a minor. The police are checking his mobile phone.
¿Para qué cargas hemos usado? ¿Para qué?
This phone, certainly offered by the gang, is used to signal danger, but also to receive orders.
Pero ya estos hipotes son los que los utilizan para ubicar la policía o para desplazarse drogas, armas, ponerlos. Como las leyes aquí son un poquito más leves para los menores de edad. Ellos utilizan mayores. Se acercan a ellos, si no les colaboran, pues los matan. Así que no vienen a ver aquí.
Without any evidence on the phone, the young man leaves free. Most orders are given by mobile phones from prisons. They come from the top prison chiefs. Since the state of emergency, the government wants to discourage young people from joining gangs. Throughout the city, a poster campaign warns the population. But for the authorities, it is also a question of ensuring that orders do not leave the prison. The San Francisco Gotera Penitentiary Center, a 5-hour drive from the capital. Antennas to intercept communications have just been installed all around the prison. Since the anti-gang policy was tightened, our journalist is the first to be allowed in. In El Salvador, 17,000 gang members are locked up. 1,740 of them are here. This morning, the director is due to announce a series of new measures. In addition to blocking phone activity, he also wants to avoid the transmission of orders taking place during visits.
A partir de ayer, este penal ha sido declarado como de seguridad. Usted estaba pensado por la familia aquí, no va a haber visita, no va a haber nada, no quiero ningún pandillero, ninguno. Se va a investigar a su familia, va a investigar a ustedes, y van a tener problemas, si andan mal. No me voy a inventar nada, porque ahí tengo un montón de fusiles y con ganas de jalar. Y ahorita, juegos que no hay que, solo palabra de Dios, las 24 horas. Bendito el hombre que confía en Jehová.
In this very religious country, the government is relying on gang members to follow Christianity and break all links with crime. In San Francisco Gotera, 2 evangelical churches, the Tower of Fire and the Holiness of God, watch over the prisoners. The pastors are all prisoners.
It's just values to live by. Be a good neighbor. Always call your mom. And never overthink.
Que vuestra confianza no está fundamentada en ningún hombre de esta tierra. Vuestra confianza está fundada en Jehová.
Ethiopian Assembly, vegetables. I collaborate and we'll get a ship for the pleasure. Just give me... Guys, there are some screws. I hope we run it. Let's go!
Carlos is a leader among the prisoners. He is also a pastor, and it is he who will ensure our safety during the film.
Este sector número 6 está titulado como nivel 1. Hay gente como homicidios, extorsiones, homicidio agravado. Se cree que es de más peligrosidad. Las condenas vienen para 390 años, así 120, 100.
In El Salvador, they practice cumulative sentencing. Other than prayers, no activity is authorized by the warden, apart from reading the Bible. Carlos was sentenced to 30 years in prison for murder in 2009. He wanted to show us the difficult living conditions of the inmates.
1, 2, 3, 4. Sucesivamente, lo mismo aquí abajo. Son 4. Lo mismo posteriormente, lo mismo 4. En total hace un espacio de 12. Estamos saturados. Entonces hay que hacer tipos de rotación para que ellos puedan estar, no solamente puedan estar en un solo lugar, sino puedan tener diferentes también maneras de un día van a estar en una hamaca y tal vez en otros días van a estar allá abajo para que nada más esté un espacio.
Prisoners are forced to sleep in pairs on a single bed. The others are suspended from the ceiling in hammocks, handmade, on the assembly line.
There's a small gap between the two buildings to your west. That's your exit out of the northern yard. We are going to incentivize this.
Este sector está como para con 125 internos. Le hemos metido 400. Causa problemas por saturamiento, la calor.
In San Francisco Gotera, there are 6 times more prisoners than there are places available. Everything is lacking, starting with water.
Están vacías las pilas. Hay baños de 2 o 3 días o 4 días. Aquí he pasado la gente hasta 20 días sin bañarse.
The detainees have had to improvise to stock up when the taps are open.
Se recicla esta agua para que en el momento de dar baño solo viene y se agarra, se da, esta agua viene y todos ellos ahí se bañan.
The use of toilets is also rationed.
5 o 3 baños hay aquí nada más. Está uno aquí, que es el que se ocupa con cualquier emergencia, lo que es ya del encierro de las 6 hasta las 6 de la mañana del siguiente día.
Old bottles are also used as urinals. Despite these harsh conditions, most of the convicts remain hopeful. If they give up gang life and devote themselves to religion, the justice system promises them a remission of their sentence. So, to prove their good faith, some prisoners have crossed out the name of the gang which they belong to. However, according to the head of the prison, out of the 1,740 prisoners, 250 are still active gang members. It is impossible to distinguish between them, because here everyone assures to have become a perfect Christian.
Satanás me metió a las cuevas de él, pensando que yo era un lobo feroz, destructivo para el mundo. Mas no se percató que yo estaba ahí, pero mi corazón era de cristiano, era de oveja.
Stanley, 28 years old, was sentenced to 97 years in prison for several murders. He joined Barrio 18 after his mother was attacked by an MS-13 gang member.
Mi mamá trabajaba, ella vendía pan. Me recuerdo yo que le quité la bolsa y golpeé a mi madre y le quité el pan, no quedó sin nada. Yo lo que me quedó en mi mente fue las 2 letras de él que yo le di. Y ese recuerdo estuvo en mí. Como quiso más fuerte seducirme, a meterme y a tener la rivalidad con ellos. Eso fue lo que me llevó a mí hasta ese lugar.
In San Francisco Gotera, enemy gang members must live together, something they would avoid at all costs on the outside.
Communicate choose somewhere with enough space to land and pull them out.
China y a una le dice la Terminator.
Oscar, also convicted of manslaughter, has been here for 20 years. He joined MS-13 at the age of 14. All his cell neighbors are from Barrio 18.
Pilot, ground team, you need to coordinate to get Rashkovsky airborne ASAP.
Nunca me imaginé que iba a hacer lo que es imposible. Como era mi enemigo, yo tenía que hacerle algo. Significaba robarle la vida o me la robaba. No significa aquí en El Salvador ha sido locura.
Oscar claims to regret his past.
Las pandillas era una vida de angustia, de dolor, de llorar, se sufre. Entonces, no le recomiendo eso a nadie.
It's hard to judge their sincerity.
Steve, get the plane out of there. Demolitions, keep with them. When the rest of the crew bails, you'll be picking them up.
Khaled, 24 years old, also claims to have abandoned his gang.
Esa con todo el dolor de mi alma. Yo digo, realmente me equivoqué, hice cosas malas. Mi madre quizás hoy quisiera abrazarme, y yo también a ella, pero realmente yo sé que algún día se va a poder.
Khaled didn't know his father. He joined the gang at the age of 17 when his mother emigrated to the United States to try and make a living. The young man is imprisoned for aggravated robbery and unlawful imprisonment. His wife, an accomplice, gave birth to their child in prison.
Yo cuando tengo y veo la foto de mi hijo, yo recuerdo y digo, tengo que seguir adelante. Tengo que luchar, tengo que dar un buen ejemplo a él. ¿Por qué? Porque tal vez yo nunca quizás tuve un padre conmigo que me dijera, hijo, esto, o hijo, esto. Tal vez yo siempre lo soñé y lo deseé, pero no me tocó a mí.
Did Jesus and the pastors perform miracles? In any case, in San Francisco Gotera, it is better to follow their words to the letter. Otherwise, they risk punishment. Away from the other inmates, we come across a tiny cell where about 15 prisoners are crammed together, without water or a toilet.
No, yo ando 125 años, pero estoy aquí porque no quiero estar en los sectores. Ay, no quiero estar en los sectores como hija los cristianos. Ay, nosotros como no somos cristianos.
¿Tienen derecho a salir de esa celda?
No, por la baño, tarde, mañana, nada más. Tiene actividad.
After a bit of insistence, we learn that these men are not cast aside in these inhumane conditions because of their past crimes, but due to their sexuality.
Creo que no podemos estar dentro de los sectores porque somos homosexuales. Reconocemos de que adentro de una iglesia, y por eso que estamos aislados acá. Somos varias que vemos acá, no solo yo.
One couple decides to brave all the taboos and kiss. A gesture all the more shocking, as one belonged to MS-13 and the other to Barrio 18.
¿Era posible antes una amistad entre 18 y MS?
No, lo matan.
Solo uno paga con la vida de uno. Antes, cuando yo era activo, no era posible. Sin embargo, me mataba el amigo, Dios, Solo verlo me daba entraba en una etapa de una ira
interview is interrupted by the arrival of a new prisoner.
I should say, I've been impressed by your professionalism. I'm not going to go into it, but Rashkovsky's put
It was the evangelical pastors of the prison who demanded that the homosexuals be isolated in a dark dungeon. The director agreed 2.5 years ago.
Y a ellos se les aconseja y se les enseña que delante de Dios solamente Dios hizo varón y hembra. Lo importante es que Él quiere dejar esa manera de vivir y entregarle su corazón a Jesucristo.
To escape the hell of this overcrowded cell, there is only one solution: to renounce homosexuality. If in prison daily life may seem unbearable, outside it's not necessarily much better. In most neighborhoods, gang leaders must disguise themselves if they want to leave their territory. In San Salvador, we find Julio, the leader of Barrio 18, who enthroned the Terrible after a beating. His day always begins with the same ritual, masking any obvious affiliation to the gang.
Buenísimo. Esto lo que hace es ayudarme a poderme mover en las calles. Tengo un hogar pues que sostener y mantener.
As long as they weren't caught in the act, tattooed maderos could move freely, until around 3 years ago when the anti-gang policy was imposed. Now they are systematically arrested. Julio joined Barrio 18 at the age of 14 after a tragic incident.
A mi corta edad mataron a mi hermano, los de la otra pandilla, ¿verdad? Entonces yo sufrí un shock de la pérdida, era mi único hermano, no lo soporté, entonces lo primero que se me vino a la mente fue la venganza.
¿Te tocó matar para poder ir escalando?
Bueno, usted bien sabe de que santos no somos, pero acuérdese de que venir y decir de que sí he asesinado a otra persona, pues no es una cosa muy fácil. Con esto ya les estoy confirmando, pues verdad, ya que es una pregunta muy importante para ustedes.
Julio has already spent 10 years behind bars for theft and serious crimes, but he doesn't want to tell us more.
At Daniel Stark, we study hard. We listen hard. We lawyer hard.
This afternoon, the gang leader has organized a small football match with the local youths.
Véngase pues, vengan.
His new recruit, the Terrible, is one of the players.
Son 10 minutos y 10 minutos.
The man wearing an orange bandana is called Zorro. He's a sicario, a hitman.
El resultado, 10 goles a 3 goles no ganaron. Tiempo de no jugar, va.
At the end of the match, Julio and the sicario have planned a small prize for the players.
Ahí están los ganadores.
Selling us a rather positive image of Barrio 18.
Galletas a los niños. Vaya, a las niñas también, a las niñas grandes también, dale. Dale a tus sobrinos que ya te van a pegar, enojado.
¡La galleta a los niños!
In El Salvador, 1 out of 3 live below the poverty line. The average salary is less than $500 per month. For Julio and the hitman, this poverty is responsible for the existence of gangs.
Todos procedemos de familias de escasos recursos, ¿verdad? Que al no tener que comer, ¿verdad? Entonces, a veces la desesperación de uno lo hace cometer un delito, ya sea un robo, un hurto, ¿verdad? Pero como la gente de alto nivel no comprende ni nunca va a entender eso porque nunca ha tenido una necesidad, se nos está exigiendo cero extorsión o cero andar robando, o cero esto, o cero lo otro, cuando no se nos está abriendo una fuente de trabajo, una oportunidad donde podamos decir, hey, queremos dejar de hacer esto, queremos delinquir.
For Julio, the ongoing government pressure on gangs is having exactly the opposite effect.
Esta herida que tiene El Salvador, que se llama delincuencia, no solo viene y se dice, los vamos a matar a todos, que eso genera más violencia.
About his life as a hitman.
Muchos, porque como de temprana edad han sido muchos. No puedo decir entre 10, 20, porque tengo 19 años de andar en el barrio, ya. Entonces ando tatuajes que valen 5 cabezas, 2, 3 cabezas. Entonces el andar manchado de la cara es un privilegio, andar manchado de los brazos es otro privilegio, es querer ser más que otra persona.
These murders inscribed on his skin force Zorro to live in hiding as well.
Me ha traído muchas consecuencias. No poder salir a un parque con mis hijos, se podría decir libremente, poder ir a un supermercado, a un metrocentro.
New gang members no longer tattoo themselves. The leaders forbid it so that their men can blend into society. This is the case of this boy, nicknamed the Evil.
Tengo 17 años, me metí a la pandilla a los 14. Ya he matado arma blanca.
These young people who fall into the hands of gang leaders often have the same profile. They've grown up in a poor neighborhood, often in a family without a father and with no prospects for the future. Zorro wanted to invite us to his home. The hitman wants to prove to us that gang members don't roll in gold.
Esta es mi humilde casa, ordenando estoy ahorita porque no me gusta ver el desorden. Le hice la fiesta a mi esposa, un almuerzo con ayuda de otra gente. Le regalamos eso, un ramo de rosas bien hermoso también.
Zorro rents this little house, 2 rooms with a kitchen, for $80 a month. He wants us to believe that even if he kills, he's not bad at heart. Wow. He bought his furniture with honest money in the market.
Mira, estos son mis sillones, mira. Aunque no lo creas, estos sillones me ha costado. Vive Dios. Dice la palabra de que nosotros no tenemos que jurar ni sobre la tierra ni sobre el cielo. Pero yo tengo comprobantes. ¿Cómo poder mostrarte lo que tengo aquí y a dónde? Esta mesita también comprada la hice. Adri, recogeme lo que tenés ahí y meterlo para el cuarto porque voy a ocupar la mesa. Pero ahorita, por.
Despite the atrocities he has committed, Zorro sees himself as a good father.
Los pandilleros no son tan malos como los describen, pues. No te digo no tengo errores, pero ya no horrores, ya no mato, ya no extorsiono, ya no robo, ya no violo.
A radical, unsuspected change of path. Only a small detail stands in his way.
Mi hijo quiere ser policía, fíjate, y para mí es bien difícil, pero fíjate que no le quito el pensamiento, el impulso que él tiene, porque para mí sería bueno, fíjate, que fuera alguien importante pues, para su país, pero no como los corruptos de ahora.
Zorro is still very afraid of the police.
Mi miedo de que me puedan agarrar y me puedan desaparecer. Ya. Le vamos a dar gracias a Dios por la comida y porque sabemos que hay niños que no tienen que comer y gracias a Dios por nosotros tenemos el alimento. Le vamos a decir, Padre nuestro, que estás en los cielos, santificado sea su nombre. Ven a nosotros.
Zorro, the Sicario who claims to repent, prays every day as if to ward off the ghosts of the past that could lead him straight to prison. As in El Salvador, corpses often resurface. Every year, a total of 3,000 people mysteriously disappear. However, throughout the country, one man is feared by the gangs. He finds the disappeared bodies and reopens the judicial investigations. Israel Tikas is a forensic criminologist for the Public Prosecutor's Office.
La música me relaja, me gusta cantar, me gusta todo tipo de género de música y eso me relaja, igual que las películas, ver películas, eso me desestresa.
Despite his relaxed demeanor, the man is a workaholic. He has already found more than 500 bodies. This morning, he's going to his latest construction site. Israel Tikas has just uncovered a mass grave.
Allá están los grafitis de quienes dominan el sector.
The excavations are taking place in an area under the control of the MS-13.
Es peligroso, ya vio a la señora que va a estar cubriendo, puede ser familiar de uno de ellos.
In this case, legal experts informed Israel Tikas that corpses could be buried in this forest. Similar to the work of an archaeologist, he has spent months sweeping the area with his team. The case is sensitive. Among the 11 bodies already found, there are soldiers, policemen, and several gang members. For the official announcement to the press, members of the Public Prosecutor's Office made a special visit to the area.
That works. I can see the plates now. Give me the last one.
Cada cuerpo que nosotros encontramos es hijo, es padre, es hermano, es familiar de alguien y hay que darle solución. Es importante que podamos ponerle cara a todas las personas que han sido desaparecidas.
After the journalists leave, Israel Tikas agrees for us to stay with him and his guards.
Podemos estar expuestos a un atentado en cualquier lugar, entonces todos cargamos armas para defendernos, todos, hasta los técnicos, los investigadores. Es parte de las herramientas de trabajo.
All these bodies were buried between 2016 and 2018. The criminologist is preparing to surface the 11th skeleton from the ground. There are tens of thousands like this one, left scattered all over the country.
Para ocultar el ilícito, o sea, el homicidio. Si no hay cadáver, no hay delito. Entonces, por eso es que los inhuman en la tierra.
Y gracias a su trabajo ya han encontrado criminales.
Muchos. No me conviene hablar de eso porque yo estoy en el país y te vuelves enemigo de los delincuentes, de los grupos estos, sí te pueden causar daño por el hecho de estar en contra de ellos.
Among the objects found around the dead man, only one in particular caught the attention of Israel Tikas. He can now rule out a natural death.
Esto es una pañoleta, esto es un maletín que se pone en la cintura, esto es un calcetín y esto es alambre con el que estaba atado el cuerpo y una una cinta con la que estaba atado de los pies.
Israel Tikas has developed a hard skin over time, but some crime scenes still upset him.
Pero sí han habido casos que me han derrumbado también, casos más de niños degollados, que los encuentro sobre los cuerpos de los papás, y les reclamo a Dios, porque yo digo, ¿por qué, Señor? Si es una criatura, es un angelito, pero el ver cadáveres de niños mutilados, desmembrados o degollados, limpiarles la boquita, ver la mirada que tienen cuando están frescos, o sea, duele eso.
For Israel Tikas, he has seen a recent increase in the violence used by gangs.
Torturas como objetos en sus mandíbulas, decapitamientos o desmembramientos en vida, que les extrae el corazón en vida, les abren la calle, el corazón palpitando.
The bones will be sent to the Criminal Anthropology Department in the Ministry of Justice for detailed analysis.
Tal vez dentro de unos 30 años. Maybe. Quizás no, porque está difícil.
For the criminologist, the authorities' fight against gangs is a losing battle, as leaving a criminal organization is almost impossible. The only option, tolerated by the MS-13 and Barrio 18, is to become an irreproachable believer in God. In El Salvador, there is only one reintegration structure. And it belongs to a Baptist Evangelist church. In this neighborhood, also controlled by the Mareros, gang members recently out of prison like Montano are trying to become bakers.
¿De cuál le damos? De este va. Pan dulce, pan con ajo, pan con jamón, pizza, croissant, güey.
Despite the opposition of his parishioners, Pastor Moz has created a small artisanal bakery in the basement of his church, where about 20 former gang members learn how to make bread and pastries.
Su trabajo es elaborar tortas mexicanas. Se ha especializado ahí en tacos y tortas y yuca frita, y descubren muchas habilidades que quizás antes no sabían que las tenían. Entonces es parte del desarrollo de ellos, ¿verdad? Del cambio de su mentalidad, saber que cuesta ganarse el dinero.
A difficult gamble. Even if they had served their sentence, ex-gang members are hated by the population.
La gente sigue pensando que un pandillero no puede cambiar, que lo único que merece es morir, ¿verdad? Hay una condena pública, ¿verdad?
Since he has taken in these ex-gang members, Pastor Moz has lost many followers.
Te dicen que es fácil entrar a la pandilla, pero te dicen que las únicas salidas son la cárcel o la muerte. No perdas tu vida en las pandillas.
Juan Carlos is one of the newest arrivals. He just got out of prison 3 months ago. He was a high-ranking leader of Barrio 18.
He tenido la oportunidad quizás de tener miles de dólares, miles. Tener quizás poder, mujeres, dinero, o sea, vamos, pues. Quizás la primera experiencia que yo tuve fue como a los 15 años. Y apuñalé a un baboso en un baile. Me acuerdo que le metí un cuchillo así, salí corriendo porque me asusté. Y me acuerdo que me fui a meter debajo de la cama y ya no salí ahí. Pero ya tenía yo 18 años. Me acuerdo que fue la primera vez que maté a una persona. Y ahí se me hizo vicio. Después de uno, otro, y así así sucesivamente, hasta que ya todo el mundo, uy, que se me ha calmado con fulano.
The former gang leader was also recruiting many young people.
Sí, cuando me recuerdo me dan ganas de llorar. Porque metí la pandilla un montón de niños. Que uno murieron en mi brazo, con pegollos de escopeta, balaceados. Buenos niños que me decían, ¿sabes qué? Me compró una a la muerte, pues. La parte tuya me voy a morir, pues.
Pastor Moz's apprentice bakers would all like to erase their past, a past often engraved on their skin.
¿No quieren tortillas, hermano? Sí, pues claro, yo no quisiera andar así. Quisiera andar quizás así, ve, todo mi cuerpo.
After the rounds, Saul spends several hours praying.
Oh bendito Dios poderoso, ahora yo declaro, Señor, te pido, Señor, por aquellos que se han alejado de tu obra, Señor.
Saul is aware that his appearance can be shocking, so before going out on the street, he always covers his arms.
Sí, pues sí, le tiene miedo a uno. Le tiene miedo. La gente piensa que le va a robar o lo va a matar. Puede matar, eso piensa la gente. Ay, como... Pues sí, no me gusta que la gente me tenga miedo ni nada, no que quiero que me vean así.
Others, in order to go totally unnoticed, have been able to have their tattoos removed, thanks to a free program by the National Youth Institute.
Aquí es el antes, un antes y un después. Fíjate que hoy me siento libre, me puedo subirme en un bus. Si me he visto bien, hay gente que no nota que algún día tal vez unos pandilleros.
However, it's best to avoid running into your former crime friends.
Y tenía problemas con la pandilla. Para ellos esto lo toman como tipo una blasfemia, quitarse los tatuajes. Sé que el único camino que nosotros que los podemos salir de la pandilla es buscando a Dios.
Back from his tour, Montano, the street vendor, calls his girlfriend.
Se olvidó ya. Hemos jurado amarlo hasta la muerte. Se olvidó.
The young woman answers him with the sign of the gang. On her chest, she has tattooed the number 18. Is she still a part of Barrio 18? Montano remains elusive. The next morning, it's the day of the evangelical service. All the ex-gang members get dressed up. Saul goes to the hairdresser, and once again he makes sure to hide his tattoos.
No, antes no me vestía así. Antes me vestía camisetas normales, manga corta. Me gustaba mucho la camisa así, pero como...
Others iron, put on their cologne, and shine their shoes. It's 10 o'clock. The celebration begins with dancing and singing. In the crowd, ex-gang members mix with local residents. Today, a new apprentice baker joins the community. Last year, in spite of prayers, 5 of Pastor Moses' residents fell back into contact with their gang. all of them were murdered. Each year, violence in El Salvador causes more than 3,000 deaths in a country of over 6 million people.
I told him there was a warrant out on him, and he goes full hermit, like stealing food from trash cans. Okay, slight change of plans. So, it would appear that some of Avi's paranoia might have been somewhat justified. Our call got picked up. They came after him, and he ran. Now he's holed up in a hut on some small island off the coast, surrounded by about 20 government agents. Much as I'd love to hang him out to dry, he's our only shot at this. Well, it's kind of our fault, so I'm sending you to a rental place on Innocenter Road. Pick up some sea sharks and get out to the island.
Hey folks, I'm Julian.
For 30 years, El Salvador has been ravaged by a gang war that has already taken more than 60,000 lives. Gangs that terrorize the population, harass small business owners, and murder all those who refuse to comply. Our informant is in communication with one of the leaders of the Barrio 18 gang, El Barrio 18. After weeks of negotiations, he has agreed to meet with us, but we won't know the address of the meeting until the very last minute.
Le pedí que me dé la ubicación porque como cambiamos de lugar, entonces ese lugar exactamente no lo conozco.
The leader of the gang is being hunted by the police. He controls a strategic neighborhood in San Salvador, the capital. The man's name is Julio. He is about to swear in a new member, nicknamed the Little One.
Welcome to the US-Mexico border. Every year, narcotics worth billions of dollars are smuggled by drug mules through this gateway to the rest of America. And millions of Mexican immigrants enter the United States illegally in search of a better life. We have unique access to Arizona's elite police units,
Sheriff's office!
who have the most dangerous job in the battle to protect America's frontier. Tonight, hitting the drug mules smuggling marijuana across the border. A sting to catch drug dealers in Phoenix.
Get down on the ground!
And uncovering the full extent of the immigration problem.
Come to the front door with your hands clearly visible!
It's an epidemic. It's extremely busy. It's out of control.
Phoenix, a city battling drug gangs and people smugglers. It's the capital of Arizona, a state situated on the border with Mexico. Every year, Mexican gangsters smuggle thousands of people over the border and through the state in cars known as load vehicles. To battle this flood of illegal immigrants, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office have set up the Human Smuggling Unit. In the past 3 years, the unit has arrested almost 3,500 illegals.
Here's the deal, guys. We're going to go back out, hit the road, and try to get 20, 30 bodies in custody like we usually do.
The 24-man HSU squad is led by Lieutenant Joe Souza.
You got anything, Lieutenant?
Hey, real quick, guys. Outstanding job last week. One of the British SAS's favorite quotes is "For evil to succeed, all it..."
What now? I don't like it. Now they're after you too. Get out! drugs any day. I was, man.
Tis an ad about wireless, but please do remember it's no holiday ad. Runs through December. Holiday.
slip. I'm selling way too much, yeah, yo. I can't stop. Yeah, yo. I'm selling way too much, yeah, yo. My baby mama tripping. I'm selling way too much, yeah, yo. Police trying to catch me slipping. I'm selling way too much, yeah, yo. I can't stop. I'm talking, yeah, yo. White, but I don't need a scale. No. I won't get no bail. No. If they run up in my grill, fuck the police. On that microphone, you know I am a beast. I'm a beast up in the streets with the keys. I take 40 bricks up to the keys. Yeah, you know I'm taxing, you know I don't drop for nothing. A lot of these fuck boys hating on me cause I'm stunning. They do. They stay strapped up with a shotgun, with an Uzi or the AK. Extendos on every gun, boy, it's Mayday. Pressure life alert when you see me. That piece of shit on the TV. Panic, boy, cause you're going down like Titanic, boy. But this song by that Yale, I got that Yale. If I am your drug dealer, yeah, well, you'll never fail. Yale, I'm selling way too much, Yale. My baby mama tripping. I'm selling way too much, Yale. Police trying to catch me slipping. I'm selling way too much, Yale. I can't stop. Yale, I'm selling way too much, Yale. My baby mama tripping. I'm selling way too much, Yale. Police trying to catch me slipping. I'm selling way too much, Yale. I can't stop. Met my plug in Mexico. Jose brought 2 birds with a pregnant hoe. I love TSA cause they make it too easy. Break them off with that guap, they act like they ain't seen it. I'm good at cooking in the kitchen. I love the way that I am living. That money. I'm tired of all these pussy snitches. Acting like they know my stitches. Pussy, yeah. I'll send it to you through the mail. UPS. It's whiter than some mail. And I never leave a trail. I can't stop. I'm selling way too much. I'm selling way too much, yeah. Police trying to catch me. I can't stop. Yeah. I'm selling way too much, yeah. My baby mama tripping. I'm selling way too much, yeah. Police trying to catch me slipping. I'm selling way too much, yeah. I can't stop. I'm selling way too much, yeah. I'm selling way too much, yeah. I can't stop.
muscles sewn back together.
Only these charred bones remain. He is a true villain.
I took a bullet and it tore through my abs. I need to have my muscles sewn back together.
Daddy, why are you leaving?
can't miss your target.
Ah, good. Yes, you're doing good.
Right in downtown, two men equipped with assault rifles came to fetch us. The scene is uncannily surreal. They are having a quiet conversation in front of passers-by, barely surprised, and they are keen to demonstrate that their weapons are not toys. This gang is accused of assault and racketeering on traders and rapes. But on that day, they prefer to introduce themselves as a basic citizen militia who protects the neighborhood.
Some armed men come to sow violence in the neighborhood. That's why we bear arms, to safeguard the business and the local residents.
Within 2 years, in Bel Air, they murdered 77 individuals and set ablaze around 100 homes.
This is where their last major attack occurred. A couple of weeks ago, 15 fatalities, including an 86-year-old woman. Her house was burned down. She lived here. The gang members broke both of his arms and tossed her from the first floor. When she arrived at the hospital, she had burns all over and numerous fractured bones.
On the same day, another house has caught fire.
Everything has been burned to ashes here. Yes. Did he die? Burned in his house. In his house. They burned him to ashes.
Mr. Frank was 81 years old.
Frank passed away here.
He was paralyzed.
That's where Frank was burned to ashes.
Only his charred bones remain. The alias of Jimmy Cherizier, aka Barbecue, truly comes into its own.
When you hear the term barbecue, you think it's all just an act, but he is a real villain.
The specialty of Barbecue? Setting houses ablaze, along with their inhabitants, naturally. Influential figure of Port-au-Prince leads the G9, a kind of federation consisting of 9 gangs that is in control of a significant portion of the city's neighborhoods. But Jimmy Cherizier wasn't always a bandit. In 2018, he was still serving as a police officer. Only in Haiti can one transition so quickly from being a cop to gang leader. The authorities officially seek after him for several massacres, including one that resulted in 71 deaths in 2018. After approximately 10 days of negotiations, we have secured a meeting with him. His stronghold, the working-class neighborhood of Delmas. Jimmy Cherizier, also known as Barbecue, here he is, sandwiched between his 2 bodyguards. Without his protection, we wouldn't have been able to film at all in the neighborhood without being mugged. We come across a man in a vibrant t-shirt and Bermuda shorts, quite amiable. He explains to us the origins of his nickname.
During my childhood, in my neighborhood, there were multiple Jimmys. However, my mother used to sell grilled chicken, so I was nicknamed Barbecue to distinguish myself from the other Jimmys.
That's the end of the beautiful story. Just a few weeks ago, Barbecue, here, with the denim jacket, did not hesitate to strut around in broad daylight in the capital city with its armed supporters. He consented to meet with us on one condition, that we were not filming the armed men that constantly safeguards him. However, he is determined to introduce us to his kitten.
Is this yours? Yes, it's mine.
Because today, Jimmy Cherizier aims to portray himself as a respectable man.
I wish for the entire world to know that I, Jimmy Cherizier, known as Barbecue, I have never stolen, not even once in my life. I have never kidnapped anyone. Never.
You've never,
ever killed anyone?
I have never murdered for money.
But have you done anything else?
I didn't say that.
We will pass through here, but not in a group. Should we run? We do it running. Let's go. We are coming here.
In the center of the road, the residents have erected barricades using sandbags.
To dodge the bullets.
The shots are being fired from below. It often heats up here daily.
That day, the Bel Air neighborhood will not disappoint his reputation.
Turn back.
A climate of civil war where are palpable even occasionally gunshots. The gangs governs life in Cape Flats. With an annual count of 2,400 murders, the city displays a shocking average of 7 homicides per day. Alerted by screams, Randall and his teammates delve into this perilous predicament.
Shut up the dog.
This elderly woman's house is occupied by members of a gang.
They've come to my house to take drugs, and I want them out. Get out of my house.
They utilize the houses to smoke crack, to conceal drugs or weapons. People refrain from speaking out because they are gang members. Everyone fears them.
And the reason, these men do not hesitate to wield their weapons.
Today, we delve into the lives of the most feared women currently in U.S. prisons, whose crimes have etched haunting memories into the fabric of society. These are not mere headlines. They are chilling accounts of cold-blooded murderers and cunning manipulators, women whose shocking deeds have forever altered the lives of their victims and those who loved them. Each story reveals the depths of human darkness, where trust was shattered and lives were irrevocably changed. As we unravel their tales, prepare to confront the unsettling truths hidden beneath the surface. This journey is not for the faint of heart. It is a glimpse into the abyss where fear resides. Join us as we uncover the stark realities behind these infamous figures, stepping into a world where fear takes on a terrifying new face. First, Jodi Arias. Jodi Arias, born on July 9, 1980, is currently 44 years old and is serving her life sentence in Perryville Prison, Arizona. Travis Alexander, born on July 28, 1977, was 30 years old. At a motivational con.
Chicken patty. Want me to cue the birds of the tractor again?
That'd be great.
Birds! Tractor! There you go.
The realization of Skims, Dolce & Gabbana collaboration.
What are the strangest things ever recorded in women's prisons? How bizarre can it get? Get ready to be introduced to an entire secret world behind bars where scandals, bets, and forbidden love are all just the tip of the iceberg. From erotic affairs and violent confrontations to unexpected pregnancies, true stories like these prove that drama and danger lurk in life's dynamics within prison walls. The case of Gregory Rodriguez. Latasha Brown was arrested on a minor offense and soon found herself in a living nightmare. Prison guards turned predators. The very people who were to protect Latasha became her tormentors. Hers is a story of power, exploitation, and raw survival in a system designed to break spirits. Can you imagine that? Latasha, lonely and helpless, is noticed by a Swedish man guard who promises protection in return for sex. But he did not stop at just promises. He was manipulating her in his vicious system of depravity, offering protection and ensnarement in a sick game of control. There was no option for refusal. Any confrontation meant even harsher revenge. To most, prison rape is nothing but a problem on TV, probably 1,000 miles away. But until June 14th, 2005, for Latasha, prison rape was one man sticking a nightstick into her vagina. Latasha and a few brave souls had decided to fight back when the odds were astronomically against them. They risked everything to expose the abuse. In a stunning development, a Guardian investigation revealed the extent of this misconduct. 1/3 of guards in multiple facilities had sexual abuse allegations. The scope of the rampant abuse remains mostly secret due to the paralyzing fear of reprisal. The story did not stop with Latasha. Other prisoners, such as Maria Sanchez, went through the same terror by being sexually abused by the guards. She lodged complaint after complaint, but to no avail. The guard was holding the ACE card. The sheer imbalance in power within prisons makes the inmates so vulnerable and defenseless, in effect, to such predatory guards. Our next case is entirely different and jaw-dropping. Let's explore how feminine allure can make the guards break laws. Guard helps an inmate with 2 murder charges escape prison. The prison walls resounded with secrets of manipulation and forbidden desires, with none as heady as Sarah Pender's. Her sentence was for a double murder, but she didn't sit and wait for it in prison. She concocted an audacious escape that would leave everyone gaping. But what could have been her weapon? A heady cocktail of seduction and intelligence that wove a prison guard into the web of lust and deceit. Sarah's aim was a correctional officer named Scott Spittler at Rockville Correctional Facility. Their relationship innocently began, but spiraled pretty quickly into a torrid affair. With her magnetic allure, Sarah made Spittler feel like he was the center of her world. She turned each and every one of their interactions into instances of intimacy and manipulation. It was electric. Spittler surely couldn't resist her now. It was the most daring, and at the same time, the most erotic plan that Sarah had in store. Her extramarital affair gave her a way to win Spittler's trust and pull him deeper into her trap. Spittler was blinded by his passion for her and would go to any extent, even if it required risking his life. When he finds out about her escape plan, Sarah does not flinch. Instead, she seduced him with promises of even greater rewards, financial and sexual. Their secret liaisons became more and more intense, as Sarah used every ounce of sexually alluring elements in her being to keep Spittler enthralled. The day she broke free, she did so with precision and a great deal of sensual flair. She did slip out of her prison uniform, revealing underneath the civilian clothes a transformation symbolizing her shift from prisoner to artist of escape. As Spittler refueled the transport van at the prison's gas station, hidden under the seats, thumping heartbeats of her freedom. In a matter of minutes, they were out of the facility, leaving behind for the prison authorities a trail of scandal and humiliation. The fallout was instantaneous and explosive. Sarah turned into one of America's most wanted women. Her face was flashed across news bulletins nationwide. Spittler was arrested and later convicted for 7 years in prison. His career and reputation lay in tatters. The scandal exposed not only the flaws in the prison security system, but also the heady power of sexual manipulation. In this, Sarah's escape speaks to the splendor of seductive ability and the extent to which one can secure freedom. Her story, steeped in desire and deceit, thus becomes a reminder of how power relations can be manipulated in the most unlikely ways. It is not any crime and punishment tale, but one of seduction, manipulation, and the dark side of prison life, where desires and desperation often find each other. And if you thought Sarah's manipulation a whole new level, of course, the world of women's prisons holds even more awful secrets. Desiree Hancock. Desiree Hancock's life in prison was marked by scandal and as many as several love affairs. She had a bit of edge and was somewhat of a tomboy who figured out how to make a name for herself inside by taking on as many sexual partners as possible. This would always feed into acts of jealousy and heaps of drama, creating a charged atmosphere within those prison walls. Desiree was an unfaithful prisoner. She was dating several women simultaneously because she was a cheater. This situation once in a while created pretty serious conflicts between the girls. Once, Desiree got caught with 2 different women on the same day. It turned out to be brutal. The 3 ladies had a fight in the prison yard. It was so fierce that all 3 were sent to the hole. In another case, Desiree was dating an inmate named Lisa, who was known to have a hot temper. When Lisa discovered that Desiree was also seeing a girl named Maria, she confronted Desiree one day in the common room. The situation escalated to a physical level, which other inmates had to break up. This incident goes to show just how intense emotions were and how explosive prison relationships could be. Prison life can make a person two-faced and manipulative. For example, it happened to Desiree when she became too close to an inmate named Rachel. Rachel acts as if she is Desiree's friend. However, she plots against her because she is really jealous of Desiree. She started telling many inmates that Desiree was a snitch on them, telling on them to the guards. This betrayal made many of her former friends and allies turn their backs on Desiree, evidence of the dog-eat-dog world of prison life. For most women in prison, same-sex relationships are a means of comfort. However, Desiree used these relationships as a way of manipulating and dominating others around her. This atmosphere of mistrust and rivalry made the prison a hotbed of sexual frenzy and emotional turmoil. Desiree also maintained a non-romantic but intense friendship with Sarah Pender, one of the most cunning prisoners. This friendship was rooted in mutual respect and shared understanding of prison life. Even though manipulative, Sarah found a very strong ally in Desiree, an example of how complicated the prison's social network really was. Desiree's story is one of passion and betrayal. The next case, that of Kimberly Hockaday, actually exposed another scandal which shook the entire prison system to its core. Kimberly Hockaday. Kimberly Hockaday's case is probably one of the most astounding throughout the history of prison-related scandals. This Floridian has been in and out of prison a number of times for crimes ranging from everything imaginable, but it is her 2013 stint at Lowell Correctional Institution that gained her the most attention. On her way to prison for theft charges, Kimberly was already pregnant and eventually gave birth to a son. By the time she was released in 2014, Kimberly found herself in a shocking situation. Pregnant again, this time with no idea who the father would be. Since it was rather obvious that she had become pregnant while still in prison, the pregnancy stirred a huge scandal. The drama further heightened when Kimberly named a prison guard as the father. Things took another turn when she admitted to having relations with 3 guards while in prison. She claimed that those guards would usually bribe her with cigarettes and other substances that were prohibited in exchange for favors that were of the sexual kind. This situation gave a glimpse into power dynamics, abuse, and exploitation contributed to the prison setting. Kimberly's case soon turned into a guessing game bordering on scandal. She accused one of the guards of being the father, largely because the baby resembled him, but his paternity test came back negative, ruling him out and leaving only 2 other guards as candidates. It was just that uncertainty that created such audacity until now, keeping everybody on edge and adding to this already sordid tale. This scandal did not end. Her frequent entanglements with the law system and scorched pregnancies brought her again into the limelight when she was sent back to prison for committing another offence. Her unruly life and the never-ending saga of her pregnancies classified her as an unfit mother by the authorities. Shockingly, Kimberly had to give her child to adoption, a development which added another tragedy and scandal to her already infamous story. The story of Kimberly Hockaday is a candid and ruthless expose of life behind bars, full of exploitation and scandals. It captivates but horrifies with the dark dynamics inside a prison system. But when you thought it couldn't get more twisted, consider the disturbing case of Caleb Shane Hopkins and Jessica Fowler, who smear very vivid lines between authority and exploitation. Caleb Shane Hopkins and Jessica Fowler. Caleb was a jailer who used his prison guard position to coerce many females into sexual activity. He created a fearful and manipulative environment, preying on women's vulnerabilities to turn the prison into his hunting playground. It only emerged when one of the inmates, Jessica Fowler, bore Caleb's child. This sensational occurrence alerted the authorities and the entire prison. Jessica was clearly a vulnerable inmate who had been taken advantage of in every way. That made the whole coercion and subsequent pregnancy just all the more traumatizing and scandalous, as she stated that she was not interested in men, at the least. Jessica's pregnancy unraveled a web of deceit and abuse by Caleb. Everybody knew that Caleb had relations with multiple other inmates in advance, but the child proved to be a tangible case. That bombshell dropped upon them, forcing authorities to act. Caleb was arrested and charged with multiple counts of sexual assault. He pled guilty in 2018, and the court condemned him to life imprisonment. This scandal rocked not only Moore County Jail, but also unleashed a stir over serious questions of oversight and protection in jails. The case of Caleb Shane Hopkins serves as a very strong flashback to the possible abuse that can happen within prison walls. Jessica's experiences show the dark dynamics of prison relationships and the extent to which some guards like Caleb would go in pursuit of quenching their lustful desires. Now, as the scandals come rolling in, throw a floodlight on Xiaohei, a prison guard who crossed the ultimate line with an inmate only to be betrayed together with a deadly twist. Xiaohei's tragic fate. It's a story of lust, treachery, and deception inside a women's prison. Xiaohei, being a guard, got drunk on the seductive charms of one of the female prisoners, a notorious drug dealer. The temptation was big, and he could not let her off, even with continuous warnings from fellow colleagues. Xiaohei tried to keep his cool for a little while, but eventually the prisoner's provocative behavior broke him down. She would show herself to him every night, each action a little more lecherous than the previous. Torn between his own desires, Xiaohei fell into the trap laid out by her. One night, she complained of acute stomachaches and required the presence of a prison guard. When he came over, she led him toward the infirmary, guiding him into a blind zone with CCTV cameras. Then, out of sight, she seduced him. She pulled him closer and started kissing him. Being overwhelmed by the passionate moment, Xiaohei gave in and did not feel anything suspicious. It was at that moment that the prisoner's true nature came to the fore. She had been concealing a pencil in her hair, which she now used to viciously stab Xiaohei in the neck. The officer was totally caught off guard, struggling about but losing so much blood. The convict then proceeded to arrange the scene to appear as though she was the one who had been attacked and called for help while Xiaohei lay there, bleeding. The scandal shook the prison to its core, exposing a dangerous, manipulative prisoner. Xiaohei's fall from grace served as a grim reminder of the rugged dynamics at play within the prison. This very scandalous episode not only broke Xiaohei's career, but also exposed the vulnerabilities of the prison institution. His tragic end itself also taught a person the lesson that one indeed reaped what one sowed if he allowed personal desires to override professional duties. Harsh lines needed to be drawn, for once crossed, there was no retrieval. Hang loose as we...
Michaels has everything to create anything this holiday season. So cute! Shop now.
Find your next possibility on Cars.com. Where to next?
I think we need a bigger yard.
With our credit?
Credit Karma can show us how to improve our credit for free. Then we can get a place with a bigger yard.
Yay! Intuit Credit Karma. Download the app today.
Cheez-It craves can happen anywhere. So eat Cheez-It crackers any way you can.
All right.
When it comes to boosting your fitness, energy, and health, let's face it, most of us need all the help we can get.
We unleash more obscene stories from behind bars where the stakes run high and passions even higher. Jen Gomez's story of prison showers. Few stories are as jaw-dropping as that of Jen Gomez and her tell-all expose about what really happens in the showers of a women's prison. Jen, who spent 10 years at Lowell Correctional Institution in Florida, pulls back the curtain to tattle on what really goes on behind those steamy tile walls. This is not just about getting clean during prison showers. It's about those moments when privacy and other intimate moments can be found in a place under precise surveillance. According to Jen, showers are the prime real estate of female inmates in Forbidden Rendezvous. With no cameras catching them red-handed, it is where hot, passionate encounters are held. Many times, inmates will take advantage of the two types of showers, the single, enclosed stalls, and the open bay showers. Partly private single stalls are highly sought after by those intending to get a little closer without compromise. Still, in an open bay shower, where as many as 9 shower heads will line a single wall, it won't stop the determined. Jen describes the scenario vividly. Women would calculate their shower time. This would be in the early morning hours, say 3:30 to 6 a.m., or late at night, immediately after the last count at 9:45 p.m. These times are ideal for those seeking a clandestine moment away from the guards' prying eyes. It's only in the early hours, while the prison sleeps, that women dare sneak into the showers, while at night, a little more boldness is afforded by the cover of darkness. It ranges from the innocent cuddle in the showers to full-blown sexual escapades. This simply means that these inmates, most of whom are gay for the stay, straight at the gate, were indulging in these relationships to satisfy their emotional and physical needs. The steam in the shower and the incessant running water perfectly covered whispered sweet nothings and the sound of flesh meeting flesh. She spares no detail, describing a world of women who use whatever they can scrape up or scrape out to create comfort and privacy. Some drag in buckets to prop up legs, others bring in lightweight mattresses or plastic ponchos to lay down on wet, grimy floors. At times, it is shocking and fascinating how these women show ingenuity and resourcefulness in finding ways to connect physically. It's not only about sex, though. Showers are also a place for smoking, with some even using drugs, which the inmates somehow manage to cleverly conceal. Lighters are fashioned with metal and a battery, and most of the smoke circulates efficiently through the vents or goes down the pipes out of sight. Though the threat of search is ever present, a forbidden smoke or a stolen kiss is hard to resist for many. So jump out of the hot, steamy prison showers as we board a roller coaster ride of sorts, following one Nilda Palacios meeting with a predatory guard that would take an unexpected turn, exposing a shocking pattern of abuse and betrayal. Nilda Palacios. Let's explore the case of Nilda Palacios, who spent more than half her life behind bars at Central California Women's Facility, as she tells of her troubled and taboo relationship with one of her captors, Sergeant Tony Ormond. Indeed, Nilda became compellingly embroiled in a scheme of sexual exploitation at the hands of Ormond himself. It all began in June 2016, when Nilda, desperate to move rooms away from her abusive cellmate, turned to Ormond. His response was chilling, but seductive. "I can do the bed move, but you gotta do something for me." And that started the months of sexual harassment and assault. Ormond would summon Nilda to secluded corners within the prison and impose himself on her, and each time she felt abused and molested. Ormond's obsession with Nilda didn't end, even when Nilda was paroled in August of 2017. He would constantly call her, make lewd comments, and send explicit photos of himself. For Nilda, still on parole, there was no way to feel safe from his relentless pursuit. Her first reports of abuse had been ignored, so for years she was at Ormond's mercy. The scandal finally erupted when Nilda's therapist recorded one of such graphic calls, providing irrefutable evidence for his misconduct. This had Ormond dug under an internal investigation and placed under paid leave. Shockingly, he resigned before any meaningful action was taken. He practically got away with his poor actions, leaving many furious. The case of Nilda Palacios painfully exposes the rampant abusers get away scot-free as their victims try to put back the pieces. It wasn't the end of Nilda's fortunes, though. Her stalker's obsession trailed her out of the prison, his harassing calls and text messages always in her inbox, reminding her of the ordeal. Even after all this evidence, the prison refused to believe her at first, and instead made her collect more proof over the next many years. The threatening recordings and messages eventually led the authorities to act, and Ormond was able to escape harsh punishment by exiting his position. The case is that it pulls back not only the extent of personal torment that Nilda had to face, but also gives a face to the bigger issue: unchecked power and abuse across prison systems. It reminds me that the dark underbelly of incarceration is indeed a place where those who are supposed to protect can turn into creatures of the worst variety. Danielle Civilis. Next, we move into the scandalous narrative from Danielle Civilis and her harrowing experience on prison buses. The ways in which guards grotesquely wield their authority towards sexual pleasure are abhorrently shocking. That nightmare began in 2019 when Danielle was transferred from a jail in Dallas, Texas to St. Paul, Minnesota. Horror struck at an Oklahoma rest area. Danielle, handcuffed and brought to her most vulnerable state, was now at the mercy of a guard named Marquette Johnson. He raped her in a bathroom stall, exploiting her helplessness for his own sick desires. That nightmare didn't end there. Johnson, being a true predator, assaulted Danielle multiple times after that initial attack, turning what should have been a routine transfer into a more drawn-out process of sexual abuse. Unfortunately, Danielle was not the first. The FBI brought the pattern into sharp focus. Johnson had already sexually assaulted at least 15 different women, some at gunpoint. His perverted reign of terror stretched across state lines. As the most defenseless of figures, women became prey to his whims. Johnson wasn't acting alone. In most of the cases, multiple guards with the private company Inmate Services Corp, ISC, were involved, with at least 21 allegations leading to convictions, lawsuits, or federal charges of sexual assault. Acting out of the abuse of authority, the prison buses were used as their hunting ground. Danielle's story shows that a failure in the checks and balances system allowed such abuse to flourish. No rough and tough policing had been put in place by ISC despite the steps, and Johnson was allowed to continue working there to prey on other employees. The lack of checks on the company fed women into a slaughterhouse of sexual exploitation where guards felt untouchable. Following the case of Danielle Civilis, we dive into the equally shocking story of Andrea Reyes and Officer Ross Klinger. This tale takes the twisted dynamic of power and lust in prisons to a wholly different level of depravity. Andrea Reyes, a woman locked up in jail, was in Officer Ross Klinger's manipulative trap in 2020. Klinger did not stop at sex, although he promised her the world and marriage and used his power to claw into her private medical files. With this intimate knowledge, he preyed on those vulnerabilities. One day, when Andrea was working in the SU, Klinger revealed how much he knew about her, details about her 4 children, her hometown, and her personal life. Is this level of stalking presently making Andrea feel terrified and strangely flattered, blurring the lines between fear and misguided affection? Knowing what buttons to press to win over Andrea, Klinger made her feel special and protected. He shared personal stories to engender an atmosphere of false intimacy and build trust. Before long, he confessed his undying love to her. This was only a month into the relationship. Alone and desperate to find someone to relate to, Andrea fell for Klinger's performance. Klinger's gifts and promises were not all that clean. He housed her by sending money.
How can I be of service?
Birthday and Christmas presents for the kids, painting himself as her knight in shining armor. Andrea fell into
there
his
you go.
Of twisted falsehoods. He was the only person who cared about her. The bubble burst when Andrea, in turn, found out about Klinger's affair with another woman. The man who promised to protect her now turned threatening, promising to kill her and himself if she wanted to break off the relationship. His threats were not hollow, and he knew every little detail about her. If anything, his words cut the deeper. Andrea was trapped in a whirling vortex, manipulated into non-disclosure by a man wielding his power with sinister precision. Klinger's obsession and the degree of control he had over Andrea were absolutely scandalous, punching a far from pretty hole in prison life, the exploitation of vulnerability by those in power. It is bone-chilling to see how Klinger took advantage of his position to dominate Andrea, detailing the grotesque abuse of power that happened in prison. This is one of those stories that underlines vigilance and reform inside prison walls to ensure that such predatory behavior does not get a chance to grow. In the history of true crime, the story of Andrea Reyes may stand as an example of how thin the lines are between protector and predator, and just how easily they can get blurred to leave victims like her lost in that wilderness of terror and mislaid trust. Behind the fortress-like walls of high-security prisons, the world's most dangerous criminals endure a chilling and intriguing life. While prisons are designed to hold individuals accountable for their actions and protect society, some prison cells have gained notoriety for their inhumane conditions. conditions. Join us as we uncover what secrets lie within these inhumane cells, and what does life look like for those who've fallen from grace. Maurice Mambucha in Canadian Supermax. Maurice Mombauche's crimes and his central role in the Quebec Biker War represent a chilling chapter in Canadian criminal history. Born in 1953, Boucher initially joined the Hells Angels, one of the world's most notorious outlaw motorcycle clubs, in the 1980s. His rise to prominence within the organization would ultimately set the stage for a violent and deadly conflict that would come to be known as the Quebec Biker War. The origins of the Quebec Biker War can be traced back to the lucrative drug trade and his Hells Angels associates sought to control this profitable market to intense rivalries with other criminal organizations, most notably the Rock Machine, a rival biker gang. Violent for dominance, Boucher, known for his charisma and ruthlessness, emerged as a key figure in orchestrating attacks and retaliations. These violent clashes involved bombings, shootings, and assassinations that sent standers often fell victim to the crossfire, and the death toll climbed steadily. One of the most infamous incidents during the Quebec Biker War was the 1995 assassination of Daniel Desroches, a correctional officer targeted for his alleged cooperation with authorities. This brazen act of violence further intensified the conflict and drew national attention to the growing menace of the warring biker gangs. As the violence escalated, law enforcement agencies launched extensive investigations to dismantle the criminal networks involved. Boucher was eventually arrested and faced many charges, including multiple counts of murder, drug trafficking, and conspiracy. In 2002, he was convicted of first-degree murder for his role in the deaths of 2 correctional officers during the conflict. Maurice Mombauche's imprisonment in the Canadian Supermax responded to his reign of terror and the need to neutralize his influence within the criminal underworld. Maurice Mombauche's life in the Canadian Supermax starkly contrasts the freedom and power he once enjoyed as a prominent figure in the Quebec biker underworld. The Canadian Supermax is a maximum security facility that houses the country's most dangerous and high-profile criminals. Boucher's incarceration reflects the gravity of his crimes and the threat he poses to society. Inside the Canadian Supermax, Boucher leads a highly disciplined and controlled existence. Strict security measures and isolation from the general inmate population characterize his daily routine. He spends much of his time confined to a small, windowless cell with limited opportunities for social interaction or outdoor activities. Surveillance cameras monitor his every move, ensuring he poses no threat to others or attempts to orchestrate criminal activities within the prison walls. Inmates in the Supermax have restricted access to privileges and amenities available in other correctional facilities. Boucher's ability to communicate with the outside world is heavily monitored and restricted, making it challenging to maintain contact with his former criminal associates or exert influence beyond the prison's controls. Additionally, the staff of the Canadian Supermax are highly trained and vigilant.
Okay, we got 2 teams. Split up and hit your objectives. I'm setting up a healthy atmosphere of competitiveness. Here's that.
Order and safeguarding the lives of inmates and prison personnel. The bazooka attack on Maurice Boucher is one of Canadian criminal history's most audacious and sensational incidents. It highlights the extent of Boucher's influence and the desperation of his associates, and underscores the challenges authorities face in containing his criminal network. In 1997, Boucher was serving time at the Asheville Institution in Saint-Anne-des-Plaines, Quebec, when a group of his loyal followers hatched a daring plan to liberate him from the confines of the prison. To execute this audacious jailbreak, they resorted to using a bazooka, a weapon generally associated with military combat rather than criminal activities. The daring attack involved firing a bazooka at the prison's fortified walls to breach its defenses and free Boucher. This extraordinary act of violence and the required level of planning left law enforcement and the public astounded. It showcased the lengths Boucher's criminal associates were willing to go in their determination to secure his release and perpetuate their criminal enterprises. Fortunately for the authorities, the attack did not succeed in freeing Boucher. The prison's robust security measures and swift law enforcement response prevented significant breaches. Nevertheless, the incident served as a stark reminder of the pervasive reach of organized crime and the dangerous capabilities of Boucher's network. In the aftermath of the failed bazooka attack, security around Boucher was further intensified. His incarceration became even more stringent, with heightened surveillance and isolation measures to mitigate future attempts at escape or acts of violence. The bazooka attack on Maurice Boucher remains a memorable episode in the annals of Canadian criminal history, a testament to the audacity of organized crime and a chilling reminder of the lengths to which criminals will go to protect their interests and their leaders, even behind the seemingly impenetrable walls of a maximum security prison. Richard Heckel in full sudden. Richard Richard Huckle's crimes are a dark chapter in the history of child exploitation and online abuse. Huckle, a British national, travelled to Malaysia where he posed as a Christian volunteer working in impoverished communities. On the surface, he appeared to be a caring individual, but a predator with sinister intentions lurked beneath this facade. Huckle's modus operandi involved gaining the trust of families in these communities, often targeting the most vulnerable. He exploited this trust to access their children, whom he subjected to sexual abuse. What makes his crimes even more disturbing is his meticulous record. He documented his acts in explicit detail, amassing a trove of photographs and notes, which he then shared on the dark web. The discovery of Huckle's crimes was a harrowing revelation. Authorities stumbled upon his activities when they arrested him at Gatwick Airport in 2014. His encrypted computer files contained over 20,000 indecent images of children, detailing the abuse of nearly 200 children. His actions' sheer scale and depravity Huckle's case underscores the alarming reality of child exploitation. It demonstrated how predators use the anonymity and incentive to perpetrate heinous crimes and maintain a sinister online presence.
Looks like they're sending people after the Castro. Either drop these guys before you bring the car back, drop as in ice them, or drop as in lose them. I don't mind. Hope you're looking after his car. There's only so much damage we can blame on the export crew. Bloodstains, bullet holes, burn marks, they'll go under general wear and tear. Anything freaky is gonna be a problem.
It prompted calls for greater cooperation between countries to combat child exploitation, as offenders often exploit legal loopholes and differences in legislation to evade justice. In June 2016, Richard Huckle was convicted of 17 offences involving 22 children, though it is believed that the actual number of victims could be much higher. The gravity of his crimes was reflected in the sentencing. He received 22 life sentences with a minimum term of 25 years before he could even be considered for parole. This was an unprecedented sentence for crimes of this nature in the UK, highlighting the seriousness with which the legal system treated his case. He was incarcerated at Full Sutton Prison, a maximum security facility in Yorkshire, England. This prison houses some of the country's most dangerous and high-profile offenders. The choice of Full Sutton for Huckle's imprisonment reflects the gravity of his crimes and the need to ensure his safety, given the potential threat from other inmates who might seek revenge for his despicable acts against children. HMP Full Sutton, nestled in the picturesque countryside of Yorkshire, is a maximum security prison known for housing some of the United Kingdom's most notorious inmates. Its
I was worried about it taking damage. Now I'm worried about how many miles it'll have on the clock. Plot a course to my driver and follow it quick. Maybe one day you'll file a few patents, head up some research projects, bring that knowledge into the
cast a long shadow. Richard
like this yourself. Until that day comes, don't think
the entire Sutton prison is no stranger to high-profile events. Like Charles Bronson, Lee Duffy, and Dale Cregan have all called it home at various times. Their notoriety and histories of violence make Full Sutton a challenging environment to manage. These inmates often bring a reputation that can trigger power struggles and turf wars behind bars. Huckle's presence within the prison walls brought its own set of challenges. Other inmates, even those convicted of violent offences, often view pedophiles with disdain. Prison authorities had to ensure Huckle's safety while maintaining order. Given the nature of his crimes, Huckle would likely have been kept in protective custody himself. Segregation to ensure his safety. Inmates with child exploitation or abuse charges often face threats or
my driver's been mainlining junk energy drinks and downloading soft talk. Classic for a 40-hour drive to Central America. And she'd really appreciate it if you hurried up and sent her on her way.
Inside Full Sutton, high walls, razor wire, and advanced surveillance systems are the physical barriers to escape, but the social dynamics often prove most challenging. Inmates here are frequently subjected to stringent routines, limited privileges, and a lack of personal conflict. Reports of violence within Full Sutton Prison have increased, prompting concern where even correctional officers have sometimes admitted to fearing for their lives. The tensions among inmates, exacerbated by the presence of high-profile offenders,
Now you gotta wait until the other teams deliver the schedule. Let's just hope they do it, because it's active to start, do not pass go.
The story of Liam Dean revolves around the heart-wrenching death of The case began when Luna, a helpless newborn, suffered fatal. This raises the question of how such a terrible incident could occur within the confines of a family home. The following investigation unearthed disturbing evidence of abuse and violence against the defenseless infant. The prosecution argued that Dean's actions directly led to Luna's tragic and untimely death. jury ultimately accepted. The legal proceedings that followed were a critical chapter in this harrowing tale. Liam Dean stood before a court of law where he faced the allegations of manslaughter. His defense team likely sought to establish a defense, possibly arguing issues such as intent, negligence, or mental health concerns. On the other hand, the prosecution presented evidence that demonstrated a direct link between Dean's actions and Luna's death. The courtroom became a battleground of legal arguments, emotional testimonies, and proof that would ultimately decide Dean's fate. Upon conviction, Liam Dean received a sentence reflecting his crime's gravity. While the exact duration of his imprisonment may vary, it undoubtedly serves as a stark reminder of the consequences of his actions. His incarceration in HMP Leeds Prison, a high-security facility, underscores society's commitment to holding individuals accountable for their actions, especially when they involve the most vulnerable among us. Life inside HMP Leeds, where Liam Dean is serving his sentence, vastly differs from what most of us experience daily. It's a place where structure and routine are paramount, starkly contrasting the outside world's freedom and unpredictability. In this confined environment, each day follows a carefully choreographed performance. Inmates like Dean typically start their day early, waking up at dawn. This early start is not a mere choice, it's a mandatory part of the prison's regimen. The day breakfast tends to be a quick affair. Inmates are then assigned various tasks and activities to keep them occupied and contribute to the prison's daily functioning. These tasks can range from kitchen duty to cleaning common areas or working in the prison's workshops, where inmates might engage in tasks like woodworking or sewing. For Liam Dean and others, these responsibilities offer a sense of purpose and help maintain the prison's cleanliness and order. In the afternoon, inmates usually have some free time for exercise or recreation. This could involve using the prison's gym facilities, playing sports in designated areas, or simply spending time in their cells reading or reflecting. However, this free time is regulated to ensure safety and security. On the complexities and difficulties of life behind bars. One of the foremost dangers within prison walls is the potential for violence. Prisons often house individuals with histories of criminal behavior, and tensions can run high. These tensions can erupt into physical altercations, fights, and gang-related violence. For Liam Dean, being in the presence of fellow inmates who may hold solid grudges or grievances could seriously threaten his safety. Moreover, the risk of violence isn't limited to interactions with other inmates. Prison staff often have the unenviable task of maintaining order and security, and incidents of abuse or mistreatment can occur. While strict protocols and oversight are in place to prevent such abuses, they can still happen, leading to a sense of vulnerability for inmates like Dean. Mental health is another pressing concern within the prison system. The isolation, confinement, and lack of personal autonomy can severely affect an individual's mental well-being. For Liam Dean, the guilt and remorse he may feel for his actions, combined with the isolation from his family and society, coerced into illicit activities, leading to further complications and risks, including disciplinary actions. The overall living conditions in prisons like HMP Leeds can also be hazardous. Overcrowding, inadequate healthcare, and limited access to education or vocational training can create an environment that fosters frustration and despair, potentially leading to unrest among the inmate population. Sergei Walton at Illinois Federal Prisons. Sergei Walton, a name that struck fear into the hearts of many, was not just another criminal. He was a figure of infamy in organized crime. His criminal profile paints a picture of a dangerous individual whose actions and associations sent shockwaves through law enforcement agencies and communities. At the heart of Sergei Walton's criminal career was his leadership within the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club. As the former president of the Oakland, California chapter, Walton was deeply entrenched in a world of violence, criminal enterprises, and a strict code of loyalty. This affiliation with one of the most notorious biker gangs in history spoke volumes about his willingness to engage in criminal activities with a blatant disregard for the law. One of the most damning aspects of Sergei Walton's criminal record was his involvement in a RICO, Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act case. This federal charge is typically thanks to his involvement in violent and deadly activities. In the eyes of law enforcement, Sergei Walton embodied the essence of a dangerous criminal. His high-ranking position within the Hells Angels, involvement in organized crime, firearms possession, and connections to murder investigations all pointed to a man who posed a significant threat to society. Sergei Walton's escape from a county jail just before his scheduled transfer to a federal prison in Illinois raised eyebrows and cast a spotlight on the security measures within county jails. To truly grasp the gravity of the situation, let's examine
Be great.
Bart! Tiger!
There you go.
It's good on the farms. Morningstar Farms.
For the ones who rise to every challenge, there's Granger. For the ones who get it done.
Looking to make communication easier between teachers and families? Power School has you covered.
Where individuals awaiting trial or serving short sentences are detained. These jails are a crucial part of the criminal justice system, temporarily holding place until more permanent arrangements can be made. However, the level of security within county jails can vary widely. Some are well equipped with modern security measures, while others may need outdated infrastructure that poses security risks. In Sergei Walton's case, his successful escape from County Jail 2 in San Francisco in 1981 so terrible that the court has no other option but to forfeit the rights of the offenders to live.
He didn't kill Kenyatta Baby.
I'm not asking you to spare me. This was a horrific crime.
Things that are supposed to be easier now are hard because we've got slung with the devil on shoulder.
From a criminal that burnt a woman alive after raping her to another that killed his 9-year-old daughter. These criminals are the worst of the worst. Pedro Espinoza. On March 2nd, 2008, a promising young life was cut short in Arlington Heights, Los Angeles. Jamil Shaw II, a 17-year-old high school football star, was tragically gunned down while returning home from the Beverly Center. This sad event shattered a family and sparked a heated political debate about immigration policies and the concept of sanctuary cities. But that's neither here nor there. Jamil got off the bus that evening, just 3 blocks from his home. He received a call from his father, Jamiel Sr., who was checking on his whereabouts. Jamiel reassured him that he was almost home. Tragically, he never made it. 2 Hispanic men jumped out of a white car and confronted him, demanding to know which gang he belonged to. When Jamiel didn't respond quickly enough, they shot him. Hearing the gunshots, Jamiel rushed outside to find his son gravely injured. Jamiel had been shot in the stomach, causing him to collapse. As he lay on the ground with his hands over his head, another bullet pierced through his hands and into his face. Despite being rushed to the hospital, he was pronounced dead at 9:55 p.m. The investigation quickly zeroed in on Pedro Espinoza, a notorious gang member. Espinoza, an illegal immigrant recently released from jail, was found in a nearby park within an hour of the murder. A Culver City police officer, unaware of the shooting, had noted Espinoza's vehicle license plate, which later became crucial evidence. Espinoza was charged with first-degree murder and convicted on May 9th, 2012. The jury found special circumstances in the crime, making Espinoza eligible for the death penalty. On May 23rd, 2012, he was sentenced to death, a sentence he seemed to welcome, showing no emotion as it was handed down.
While the defendant was an active participant in a criminal street gang and the murder was carried out to further the activities of that criminal street gang, the defendant, Pedro Espinoza, shall be put to death within the walls of the California State Prison at San Quentin in the manner prescribed by law.
In the courtroom, the Shaw family was visibly emotional. Some wore red, a color associated with Espinoza's gang violence. They struggled to hold back tears during the nearly 3-hour hearing. The sentence marked the end of a terrible journey for the Shaw family, who had sought justice for Jamiel's senseless murder.
The days when I was growing up, it was basically you use your fists. You don't just go and kill somebody cold blood.
It's the coward's way out.
In 2009, the Shaw family filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Lossie. Angeles County and Sheriff Lee Barker, citing negligence and violations of civil rights. However, in 2010, the lawsuit was dismissed, with the judge ruling that the defendants were legally immune from the action. Espinosa's defense team argued that he hadn't received a fair trial, but the judge dismissed these claims. The overwhelming evidence against Espinosa, coupled with his uncooperative behavior, sealed his fate, even as his lawyer argued that the death penalty wouldn't solve the broader issue of gang violence. The judge remained firm in his decision. During the sentencing hearing, emotions ran high, especially during the victim impact statements. Jamiel's 13-year-old brother questioned how Espinosa could justify the killing. His mother, struggling with tears, doubted whether her faith was strong enough to forgive. Jamiel was the most vocal, demanding the harshest punishment for Espinosa. Jamiel Sr. really emphasized that Espinosa deserved the death penalty, to remain on death row for the rest of his life until he dies.
You know, you want revenge. You can't help it. It's like a human nature. That was my son that, was on the streets dead. That was my son.
Espinosa's defiant smirk only deepened the family's pain. Even after being ordered to pay $7,500 in restitution, Espinosa's lack of remorse was evident.
The defendant is also ordered to pay to the State Victim Compensation Board reimbursement in the sum of $7,000. And the defense is submitting on that. The funeral and the burial expenses.
After the verdict, the Shaw family held a triumphant press conference while Espinosa's relatives left the courtroom in silence. For our next, the accused dared the judge to sentence him to death.
I'm not asking you to spare me.
The Florida Supreme Court recently upheld 2 first-degree murder convictions and a death sentence for James Herard, a South Florida gang member involved in a 2008 crime spree. This was a big surprise for him because he had dared the judge to give him a death sentence. After all, he was sure the Supreme Court would let him live and reverse the sentence.
I'm not asking you to spare me. I know the Supreme Court, won't
and Keem Huyen, as the second-in-command of a Lauderhill-based branch of the National Crips gang. In November 2008, Herard and 2 fellow gang members roamed the streets of Lauderhill competing to increase their body count. They randomly encountered Eric Jean-Pierre, who had no gang affiliation and was simply walking home from a bus stop. At Herard's urging, another gang member shot Jean-Pierre in the chest, killing him instantly.
They claim that I encouraged
appeal, he raised several arguments in his defense, including a claim that his statements to Lauderhill police should have been suppressed since they were made after he initially requested an attorney. However, the Florida Supreme Court rejected this argument, noting that Herard voluntarily waived his Miranda rights after reinitiating detailed the events, explaining that when Herard asked for an attorney, the detectives began to leave the room. Herard then started asking questions about his booking process and the wait time for an attorney. After receiving answers, he decided to waive his Miranda rights and signed the waiver form, indicating his willingness to speak without an attorney present. James Herard was a prominent member of the BACC Street Crips, a gang based in Lauderhill, Florida, and from the way he spoke, didn't fear no one.
Go ahead and do what you're going to do. Pretty much, I'm pretty much daring you to give me the death sentence. Pretty much. By all means, because I'm innocent.
His criminal activities spanned from June to December 2008, included multiple robberies and shootings. Mind you, on top of his death sentence, Herard had already been handed 9 life sentences by a Palm Beach County judge for a series of violent robberies he committed at just 19 years old. He was involved in a series of violent Dunkin' Donuts robberies. So, even before this case, he was already going to spend his entire life in prison. This case drew even more public attention due to his bizarre courtroom antics, like barking like a dog.
You've come into this court on 2 occasions in which you've seriousness of the charges against you.
for the actual trial that led him to death row. In May 2014, Herard faced trial for 19 felony counts, including 2 counts of first-degree murder, racketeering, conspiracy to commit racketeering, and multiple counts of robbery and attempted murder. Herard's own incriminating statements during police interrogations played a crucial role in the trial, where he admitted to orchestrating the gang's violent activities and provoking the murder of Eric Jean-Pierre. In the penalty phase of the trial, the jury decided by an 8-4 vote that the murderer of Eric Jean-Pierre should receive the death penalty. For the murder of Kim Huynh, they recommended life imprisonment. The judge agreed with these recommendations, pointing to several serious reasons. Herard's past violent crimes, the premeditated nature of the murder, and his active gang involvement. Although the defense presented reasons to argue for a lighter sentence, like Herard's difficult childhood and mental health issues, the court found these weren't enough to outweigh the severity of his crimes. He was eventually sentenced to death as his mother cried. Herard's appeal to the Florida Supreme Court challenged several aspects of his trial. He argued that his right to a fair trial was violated, that his incriminating statements should not have been allowed in court, and that expert testimony on false confessions was wrongly excluded. He also questioned whether there was enough evidence to support his convictions, and whether his death sentence was constitutional under the 6th and 8th Amendments. However, as I've already pointed out, the Florida Supreme Court upheld the trial court's decisions on all these points. Herard was going to die in prison. For our next case, viewers' and listeners' discretion is advised because the atrocities these men committed will disgust you.
This was a horrific crime.
Abel Gallegos. Abel Gallegos appeared in Jefferson County District Court and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 163 years for his role in the kidnapping and murder of 28-year-old Simone Duran. This sentencing followed the conviction of Gallegos and his accomplices, Alonzo Quintana and Rene Francisco Rosales, on multiple charges related to the brutal retaliation killing.
This was a horrific crime.
The origins of the case trace back to early 2018, when Duran identified Quintana in a police lineup for an attempted murder investigation in Adams County. This identification made her a target for Quintana, Gallegos, and Rosales, who sought to silence her permanently. On November 5, 2018, Duran was lured by Gallegos through social media. She met him, Rosales, and others at a house in Denver. After Rosales left, Gallegos took Duran to a parking lot at West Colfax and Kipling, where they met Quintana. There, Quintana and Gallegos brutally assaulted Duran and confined her in the back seat of their vehicle. They then drove her to a remote area at 7th Avenue and Niles Street in Golden. In this secluded spot, Quintana and Gallegos shot Duran 10 times as she pleaded for her life. They left her body there, returning later with Rosales to pour gasoline on her remains and set her on fire. Firefighters responding to a brush fire call discovered her body around 1:30 a.m. Her death was confirmed to be due to gunshot wounds. Speaking on the loss the parents of Duran felt, the prosecutor said, "They miss her."
Hello, this is 911. What emergency service do you require?
The investigation led to the arrests of Gallegos, Quintana, and Rosales on November 8th, 9th, and 12th.
Police officers are en route to your current location.
Gallegos was initially apprehended on an unrelated charge, before being formally charged in connection to Duran's murder. The trial, which concluded on January 29, 2020, found all 3 men guilty of multiple felonies. Judge Philip McNulty, who presided over the case, kept talking about the horror at the casualness and disregard for human life demonstrated by the crime.
I am struck by the casualness in which it was committed, the absolute disregard for human life.
After all was said and done, Gallegos received life imprisonment plus 163 years, particularly due to his status as a habitual offender with 6 prior felony convictions and multiple revocations of parole or probation. Quintana, also identified as a habitual criminal, was sentenced to life in prison plus 160 years. This marked his 3rd felony conviction. Rosales, with 7 prior felony convictions, was sentenced to 150 years in prison.
This is the result. This is where you will end up. With your family, your friends, to serve the rest of your life in prison.
Hi, welcome to Alpin Beauty. We combine clean clinical ingredients with wild plants from Jackson Hole, where clinical formulas meet the wild frontier for skin that's healthy, hydrated, youthful, and glowing.
P.F. Chang's invites you to celebrate the holidays with fried chicken and hard coffee.
On the way in, you won't have a problem with the cops.
faced counts including first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, second-degree kidnapping, crimes of violence, retaliation against a witness or victim, and violation of bail bond conditions. Gallegos was convicted of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, second-degree kidnapping, crimes of violence, retaliation against a witness or victim, tampering with a deceased human body, and many more. Rosales was also found guilty of first-degree murder, tampering with a deceased human body, accessory to crime, and tampering with physical evidence.
It may be symbolic, but I'm going to post the maximum sentence just because you deserve.
These were terrible men, and their actions showed it. Luckily, they also will die in prison, just like the man, Titus Lee, in our next case, who will also be sentenced to many more years in prison for doing unspeakable things to a couple.
Things that are supposed to be easier now are hard because we're not slow, you know? Sure.
Titus Lee. Titus Lee, a man from North Carolina, has been sentenced to over 100 years in prison for a terrifying attack on 2 UNC Wilmington students in 2016. Lee was found guilty of multiple serious crimes, including kidnapping, first-degree rape, robbery with a dangerous weapon, and first-degree burglary. On the night of November 22, 2016, the victims were sitting on the porch of their apartment in Wilmington when Lee, who lived in the same complex, attacked them. Armed and masked, he forced them inside their apartment. Lee pistol-whipped the male victim, causing a head wound that needed over a dozen staples to close, then tied him up in a closet. He then raped the female victim. The nightmare continued as Lee forced the couple to drive to an ATM to withdraw cash. He threatened to kill them if they went to the police. After Lee left, the terrified couple fled to the male victim's parents' house in Cherry Grove, South Carolina. Lee was arrested weeks later in Philadelphia by U.S. Marshals. During the trial, evidence mounted against him. Text messages between Lee and his mother indicated she knew about his involvement. These texts also mentioned stolen phones, which were taken from the victim's apartment during the crime. Lee claimed he found the phones in a dumpster and used one because he needed a phone. However, no one was buying that because prosecutors pointed out suspicious behavior from Lee after the crime. The day after the attack, Lee traveled with his family to Philadelphia for Thanksgiving. While there, he searched the internet for information about the rape and kidnapping and symptoms of HIV, likely because he was concerned about a sexually transmitted disease from a prostitute linked to the crime.
I would like you to know from UNC it's responsible for my life and it's working for my life. I'm supposed to do. My name is I tell myself,
you're not taking the cops back to the apartments. No one will run this job out of there. Drop your tails, use any pavement artists, then you can stash the file.
Lee took the stand in his defense, denying involvement. He also mentioned a previous altercation with his girlfriend in 2015, where he fired a gun into a car she was in, but claimed he didn't remember it. Lee explained that he didn't turn himself in because his girlfriend was pregnant. One crucial piece of evidence was an injury to Lee's finger. He said he cut it while slicing cucumbers and needed stitches before the crime. The victims remembered their attacker had a bandaged finger, and ATM footage showed a man with such an injury. The jury didn't believe Lee's story. After deliberation, they found him guilty on all charges. Lee was sentenced to over 100 years in prison, ending his reign of terror and making sure he would never cause so much pain anymore. And finally, our next case, a gang leader whose own 11-year-old son bravely testified. You stabbed me.
And how did I hurt you?
You stabbed me.
Ronnie O'Neill, III, a 35-year-old from Florida, committed unspeakable acts on the night of March 18, 2018. His terrible actions included the murders of his ex-girlfriend, Kenyatta Barron, and their 9-year-old daughter, Ron Nevea. He also attempted to kill his son, Ronnie O'Neill IV. These brutal events were known as the Riverview Murders. The night began with a frantic 911 call from Kenyatta Barron at 11:43 p.m. In the background of the call, a male voice, later identified as O'Neill, could be heard screaming Allahu Akbar and making other incoherent statements. The female caller's terror was palpable as she apologized repeatedly, saying, "I'm so sorry, Ronnie." Shortly after, O'Neill himself called 911, claiming that white demons had attacked him and accusing Kenyatta of trying to kill him. He also stated that he had just killed her. When police arrived at the scene, they found Barron unconscious in the yard. Inside the home, the scene was even more gruesome. Ron Nevea, who had cerebral palsy and autism, had been beaten to death with a hatchet. 7-year-old Ronnie IV was found critically injured, with stab wounds and burns from a fire started by his father. Despite his severe injuries, Ronnie IV managed to tell a detective, "My father shot my mother," before being rushed to the hospital. Ronnie O'Neal's behavior during the trial was erratic and disturbing. He chose to represent himself, leading to bizarre and chaotic scenes in the courtroom.
And I'm standing here, competent as can be, representing myself today.
His opening statement was a loud, disjointed rant in which he claimed a conspiracy against him and denied any wrongdoing. His outbursts and aggressive demeanor left many in the courtroom stunned and appalled. As his own attorney, O'Neal cross-examined witnesses, including his son. This moment was particularly chilling. Ronnie IV bravely recounted the events of that terrible night.
Do you remember doing an interview with Detective Dirks? Did you guys talk about anything that happened that night?
No.
At any time, did he talk to you about those things and tell you what to say here today?
No.
O'Neal asked him, "Did I hurt you that night of the incident?" The boy responded, "Yes." And when asked how, he said, "You stabbed me."
Did I hurt you that night of this incident?
Yes.
I did. And how did I hurt you?
You stabbed me.
This particular testimony left a lasting impression on everyone present. He then tried to manipulate his son into remembering the good times they had.
Do you remember doing things with me? As far as things in the neighborhood and going to family events and things like that?
Autopsy reports presented in court revealed the brutal nature of the attacks. Kenyatta Barron had been shot, beaten, and suffered over 15 lacerations to her head. Ron Nevea, defenseless and unable to cry for help due to her disabilities, had been subjected to unimaginable cruelty. O'Neal's actions were described in court as barbaric and heartless.
He had his foot on top. I examined my stomach again. His foot on top of me, and he was letting me down. And he was like lighting a match.
Throughout the trial, O'Neal maintained a defense based on claims of self-defense and accusations of being set up by the authorities. He repeatedly interrupted proceedings, shouted at the judge, and made wild accusations. His behavior was so erratic that at times it seemed he was attempting to sabotage his own defense. Hell, at some point he outrightly said,
I did kill Kenyatta Barron.
However, the overwhelming evidence, including the harrowing testimony of his son, led to a clear and unavoidable verdict.
Evidence is going to show. We are under some of the most vicious, iron, fabricating, fictitious government you ever seen.
On June 21st, 2021, Ronnie O'Neal was found guilty of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of attempted first-degree murder, 2 counts of aggravated child abuse, 1 count of arson, and 1 count of resisting a law enforcement officer. Then came his sentencing. The sentencing phase of the trial was equally intense. Judge Michelle Cisco condemned O'Neal's actions, calling it the worst case she had ever seen in her 19-year judicial career. She described O'Neal's treatment of his daughter as abject cruelty and lamented the senseless loss of life. State Attorney Andrew Warren described the murders as among the most vicious the community had ever witnessed. O'Neal was sentenced to 3 life terms without the possibility of parole, plus an additional 90 years, ensuring he would spend the rest of his life in prison. After the trial, there was a glimmer of hope and resilience. Detective Mike Blair, who had cared for Ronnie IV on the night of the murders, adopted him. Ronnie IV, now known as Ronnie Blair, joined a loving family and found a new sense of belonging. To watch more exciting videos, click the cards on your screen. It is one thing to have racist beliefs, but to go the extra mile to try to redeem the world by obliterating black people from the world, this racist man...
I should have killed you! I should have killed you!
This goon squad tortured and sexually assaulted 2 unsuspecting black men. Whether on a divine mission to save the world or just plain evil, these defendants are about to face the full consequences of their actions. Jose Torres. It's July 2015. Just a month after a horrific racist shooting at a historically black church in Charleston, South Carolina, the nation is still reeling from the tragedy when another appalling incident occurred in Douglasville, Georgia. Jose Torres and Kayla Norton, along with a group of white supremacists calling themselves Respect the Flag, decide to go on a rampage. With Confederate battle flags flying from their pickup trucks, the group sets out on what they claim is a ride to celebrate the flag's heritage, but their true intentions quickly become clear. Paulding County 911 starts receiving calls about the group threatening African-American citizens and hurling racial slurs.
We were having a party, and these white guys pulled out with rebel flags and stuff. They holding shotguns on us and stuff. They pulling rifles out on us. They with the whole, it's like 5 trucks of white guys with rebel flags.
The situation escalates when the group stumbles upon an outdoor birthday party for an 8-year-old black child. A joyful celebration with a cookout and a bouncy castle turns into a nightmare. The partygoers, predominantly African-American, are suddenly confronted by this group of trucks. The passengers shout a litany of racial slurs as they drive by, creating an atmosphere of fear and tension, but it doesn't stop there. Several members of the group, including Jose Torres and Kayla Norton, get out of their trucks and approach the partygoers. The atmosphere turns from tense to terrifying as they begin to threaten the attendees. They shout that they will kill everyone there, escalating the situation to a dangerous level.
This is a child's birthday party.
Happy day, have it your way.
At Daniel Star, we work hard. If you're a true Texan, working hard comes with the...
Before discovering Walden University, I never knew how much I could truly achieve.
Look at this shit. We'll see y'all again. We'll see y'all again. We're gonna see y'all again.
Witnesses and fellow defendants later testify that it was Norton who retrieved Torres's shotgun, a tactical 12-gauge with a pistol grip, and loaded it before handing it to him. The partygoers, who were there to celebrate an 8-year-old's birthday, are now facing a life-threatening situation. The children and their families are in a state of panic and fear. Cell phone footage from the party shows police officers trying to form a barrier to protect the families as the trucks drive off, but the damage has already been done. The joyous occasion has been marred by an act of sheer hatred and racism. Torres later tells the court that he was carrying the shotgun for his own defense, but his actions and the testimonies of witnesses paint a different picture. He acknowledges lying to the police about the gun and admits to selling the weapon before he was arrested. Fast forward to February 2017. The courtroom is filled with tension as the trial of Jose Torres and Kayla Norton unfolds. The jury finds both Torres and Norton guilty of making terroristic threats and violating the Georgia Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act. Torres is also convicted of aggravated assault. Although Georgia doesn't have a specific hate crime law, both Superior Court Judge William Bo McLean and District Attorney Brian Fortner describe the group's behavior as a hate crime. The sentencing day arrives, and emotions run high. Both Torres and Norton sit hunched over and crying as Judge McLean hands down their sentences. Jose Torres is sentenced to 13 years in prison with 7 years probation. Kayla Norton receives 6 years in prison with 9 years probation. In addition to their prison terms, both are banished from Douglas County, a clear message that their actions will not be tolerated. During the sentencing, Norton weeps and apologizes to the family that endured the assault. "I'm so sorry that happened to you," she says, tears streaming down her face.
No, I was in the wrong. But I want you all to know that that is not me. That is not me. That's not him. I would never walk up to you and say those words to you. I'm so sorry that happened to you.
The sentences are meant to serve as a deterrent to others who might consider similar actions. The victims, however, show remarkable strength and forgiveness. Kiesha Bryant, who attended the party, testifies for the victims and says she forgives the couple.
I forgive you. I forgive all of you. I'm not a minister of something. I forgive you. And for your family, I'm sorry.
This causes Kayla and her partner to break down in regretful tears. The case doesn't end with Torres and Norton. Months after the attack, the Respect the Flag group is indicted as a street gang by a Douglas County grand jury. The authorities recognize that this wasn't about flying a flag, but about using a shotgun to threaten and intimidate people because of the color of their skin. Take a seat at the Glynn County Courthouse as we listen to the trial of 3 men who murdered an unharmed young black boy. But before then, let's recount what happened that day. Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, and Williams Roddy. On February 23rd, 2020, the peaceful neighborhood of Satilla Shores in Brunswick, Georgia, became the scene of a tragic and racially charged crime. Ahmaud Arbery, a 25-year-old black man, was out for a routine jog, something he often did to stay fit and clear his mind. Little did he know this ordinary activity would lead to his untimely death. Travis McMichael, 36, and his father, Gregory McMichael, 66, spotted Ahmaud jogging past their home. Armed with a shotgun and a .357 Magnum revolver, they jumped into their pickup truck and began to chase him. Their neighbor, William Roddy Bryan, 52, saw the commotion and decided to join the pursuit in his own vehicle, recording the entire incident on his cell phone. The McMichaels claimed they suspected Ahmaud of being a burglar, despite having no evidence to support their suspicion. They cornered Ahmaud with their vehicles, and in a confrontation captured on Bryan's video, Travis McMichael shot Ahmaud 3 times with his shotgun, killing him on the spot. McMichaels and Bryan were arrested and charged with murder, but it wasn't until months later that the full extent of their actions came to light.
So, fair to say you never told Detective Nohilly nor wrote down in your written statement that you told Mr. Arbery he was on the way.
It seems that I attempted to say it in these words here.
And at that point, Mr. Arbery turns around and runs back down Burford to get away from him, correct?
Investigators revealed that Ahmaud was unarmed and had committed no crimes, debunking the McMichaels' claims of self-defense.
It's time to catch the bus. You have that. It's on the road from prison to Toledo, and I'm here if you need me.
Has he pulled out a gun?
No, ma'am.
Has he pulled out a knife? Still arms at his sides?
That's correct.
And he's trying to get away from him.
And I was letting him run away.
CCTV footage revealed that Arbery had been sighted at a construction site near the crime scene a couple of times before he got killed. The prosecution argued he was wrongly targeted. Travis McMichael testified that he suspected Arbery of involvement in his burglaries and intended to detain him for the police. The defense aimed to paint Arbery as a criminal, citing trespassing, and argued the defendants acted in self-defense under citizen's arrest and stand your ground laws.
Because of when I asked him what was going on, I recognized that it was the guy that I saw on the 11, and the job ends pointing, everything going down, I realized it is him, and then how he reacted, shine the lights on him on the 11.
The prison bus is set to move. They're holding a grade X inmate classed national security risk. The bad news is that means there's armed security details.
Joe Mandala testified that Travis had called him on the day of the shooting, claiming self-defense. Mandala initially supported Travis's self-defense claim, but changed his stance after the public release of the shooting video, stating Travis had misled him. After the incident happened, a body cam video from the police negated a claim they made.
Hero pacifier coming through. Not necessary. Well, the background plate was going to try to block him. He was going all around it, and I made a few moves at him, you know, and he didn't.
In February 2022, a federal jury convicted Travis McMichael, Gregory McMichael, and William Bryan of violating Ahmaud's civil rights, concluding they targeted him because of his race. The jury also found them guilty of attempted kidnapping, and the McMichaels were convicted of using firearms in the commission of a violent crime. The sentencing phase brought more revelations. Prosecutors presented evidence of roughly 24 text messages and social media posts in which Travis McMichael and Bryan used racist slurs and made disparaging comments about black people. Ahmaud's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, has been a pillar of strength throughout the ordeal. Her emotional testimony during the sentencing hearing left many in tears. She spoke of the daily pain she endures, knowing her son's life was brutally cut short. It's so unfair, so unfair, so unfair that he was killed while he was not even committing a crime, she said, her voice breaking. Greg McMichael addressed the Arbery family, attempting to express remorse. I'm sure my words mean very little to you, but I want to assure you I never wanted any of this to happen, he said. However, his apology did little to ease the pain of Ahmaud's family, who saw his actions as a clear manifestation of racial hatred. Ahmaud's father, Marcus Arbery Sr., was unequivocal in his condemnation. He looked directly at Travis McMichael and said, "You killed him because he was a black man, and you hate black people. You deserve no mercy." Judge Lisa Godby Wood's decision to sentence the McMichaels to life in prison and Bryan to 35 years was met with a sense of relief.
In this case, as to Travis McMichael. Mr. McMichael, the
court sentences you as follows. Count 1, malice murder, life without the possibility of parole. Greg McMichael, the court sentences you as follows. Count 1, malice murder, defendant was found not guilty. Count 2, felony murder, life without the possibility of parole.
Her words during the sentencing underscored the gravity of the crime. A young man is dead. Maud Arbery will be forever 25. And what happened, a jury found, happened because he's black, she stated. While that was befitting for these racist men, this next man is about to face the law for his extremist beliefs that caused him to go on a killing spree. Jeremy Christian was known to law enforcement and the community for his aggressive outbursts and extremist beliefs. Christian's descent into extremism became more pronounced in the years leading up to the attack. He frequently attended rallies and protests where he openly displayed his white supremacist ideology. Just days before the incident, Christian was seen at a free speech rally in Portland, giving Nazi salutes and shouting racial slurs. His social media accounts were filled with posts glorifying violence and promoting hate against various minority groups. On that fateful day in May, Christian boarded a Portland Max light rail train. The atmosphere on the train quickly turned tense as he began hurling racist and anti-Muslim slurs at two young women, one of whom was wearing a hijab. Christian hurled insults at Destiny and Walia, urging them to go back to Saudi Arabia to get out of his country, and said they were nothing and they should kill themselves. To top it off, he declared himself a Nazi, saluting Hitler. His hateful tirade caught the attention of other passengers who were horrified by his words. Three brave men, Ricky Best, Taliesin Namkai Meche, and Micah Fletcher, decided to intervene. They stood up to Christian, attempting to de-escalate the situation and protect the woman from his verbal assault. However, Christian's rage only intensified. In a shocking and brutal turn of events, he pulled out a knife and attacked the three men. The attack was swift and violent. Ricky Best, a 53-year-old Army veteran and father of four, and Taliesin Namkai Meche, a 23-year-old recent college graduate, were both fatally stabbed. Micah Fletcher, a 21-year-old student, was seriously injured but managed to survive the attack. The train car was left in chaos, with passengers in shock and disbelief at the horrific scene that had just unfolded. The immediate aftermath of the attack on the Portland Max light rail train was one of chaos and horror. Passengers scrambled to help the victims, while others called emergency services. The train came to an abrupt halt, and first responders quickly arrived on the scene. Despite their efforts, Ricky Best and Taliesin Namkai Meche succumbed to their injuries, leaving the community in mourning. Micah Fletcher, though gravely injured, was rushed to the hospital, where he underwent emergency surgery. His survival was a small beacon of hope amidst the tragedy. News of the attack spread rapidly, and the public response was swift and overwhelming. Vigils were held across Portland, with thousands gathering to honor the bravery of the victims and to stand in solidarity against hate. The train came to a halt, and Christian fled the scene. The passengers quickly chased him down until the police arrived and arrested him. The trial of Jeremy Christian was a highly anticipated and emotionally charged event. The courtroom was packed with the families of the victims, survivors, and members of the community who had been deeply affected by the attack. The prosecution presented a compelling case, meticulously detailing Christian's actions on the day of the attack and his history of extremist behavior. Surveillance footage from the train was played in court, showing the brutal attack in graphic detail. Witnesses, including passengers who were on the train that day, testified about the terror they felt as Christian unleashed his rage. Micah Fletcher, the sole survivor of the attack, took the stand to recount his harrowing experience. His testimony was powerful and moving, describing the fear and pain he felt as Christian's knife slashed through his neck. The jury deliberated for less than 12 hours and found Christian guilty on all counts. Even in the face of this judgment, Christian remained unapologetic, showing no remorse to the surviving victims and even hurling insults at them.
I'm the victim. You're on video basically. Liar. 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 You're not the only black person on Max. Liar. Manufacturing hate. Liar.
This was not the first time Christian had acted out in court. He had interrupted more than once in court hearings since his arrest arrest in 2017.
Free speech or die, Portland. You got no safe place. This is America. Get out if you don't like free speech.
The courtroom drama reached a boiling point when Demetria Hester, the victim of Christian's prior assault, voiced her frustration over the prolonged trial, which had dragged on for more than 2 years.
Holding the bloody knife, he attacked and killed people while drinking wine from his very own. And to this very Christian, your mom should have swallowed you. You are a waste of breath. And when you die, you want to know how everything was.
Demetria's comment triggered a more intense outburst, and Christian expressed his regret for not taking her life.
See you there,
No way.
Go back to Tennessee, too.
What do I tell you?
Go back to Tennessee, too. We don't want you here.
He continued saying,
I should have killed you. I should have killed you.
He called Micah Fletcher, the surviving victim, a snitch, and said that he hoped the families of the deceased would die. Just before he was sentenced, Christian gave a rambling statement in which he cast blame on his victims, denied being a racist, and insisted he had been defending himself. Christian claimed that he regretted that 2 people lost their lives, but did not regret his actions that led to their deaths.
I went to the whitest high school in Oregon. Where I'm from, we defend ourselves.
The judge did not hold back in condemning Christian's actions, labeling them as acts of pure hatred and racism. In a powerful statement, the judge emphasized the importance of standing up against hate and protecting vulnerable communities. Jeremy Christian was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would never again pose a threat to society. Moving on to Neshoba County Circuit Court, this next racist man who thought he had escaped the law is about to face the law. Edgar Ray Killen. Edgar Ray Killen's upbringing in the Deep South during the early 20th century exposed him to the pervasive racial segregation and white supremacist ideologies that were rampant in the region. Killen's professional life was a mix of blue-collar work and religious leadership. He operated a sawmill, a common occupation in the rural South, which provided him with a steady income. In addition to his work at the sawmill, Killen served as a part-time Baptist minister. His role as a preacher gave him a position of influence within his community, a role he would later exploit for more sinister purposes. But Killen's involvement in his community extended beyond his work and ministry. He was a Kleagle, or recruiter, for the Ku Klux Klan, specifically for the Neshoba and Lauderdale County chapters. The Klan, a white supremacist organization, was notorious for its violent tactics and terror campaigns against black Americans and civil rights activists. As a Kleagle, Killen recruited new members and organized local Klan activities. Killen's deep-seated belief in white supremacy and his active role in the Klan set the stage for his involvement in one of the most infamous crimes of the civil rights era. The summer of 1964, known as Freedom Summer, was a pivotal moment in the civil rights movement. Activists from across the country descended on Mississippi to register black voters and challenge the entrenched system of racial segregation. Among these brave individuals were James Chaney, a 21-year-old black man from Meridian, Mississippi, and Andrew Goodman, 20, and Michael Schwerner, 24, both Jewish men from New York. On June 21st, 1964, Chaney, Goodman, and Schwerner were investigating the burning of a black church in Philadelphia, Mississippi, when Neshoba County Deputy Sheriff Cecil Price arrested them. After being held for several hours, they were released late at night, only to be ambushed by a mob of Ku Klux Klan members. This mob had been assembled and directed by none other than Edgar Ray Killen. Killen, leveraging his influence as a Klan recruiter and local preacher, orchestrated the entire operation. He coordinated with Price and other Klan members to ensure that the 3 activists would be intercepted after their release. The mob, armed and ready, pursued Chaney, Goodman, and Schwerner, eventually capturing and brutally murdering them. Their bodies were buried in an earthen dam. The state of Mississippi showed little interest in prosecuting the perpetrators. However, the federal government, under the direction of Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy and the FBI, launched a vigorous investigation. The case, known as the Mississippi Burning Case, drew national attention and highlighted the violent resistance to civil rights in the South. Killen's role as the mastermind behind the murders was confirmed by Samuel Bowers, the Grand Wizard of the local White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. Bowers jurors acknowledged that Killen was the main instigator responsible for planning and executing the deadly plot. Despite the overwhelming evidence, the initial attempts to bring Killen and his co-conspirators to justice faced significant obstacles, including an all-white jury and a deeply segregated legal system. For decades, justice seemed elusive. However, the relentless efforts of journalists, activists, and a new generation of civil rights advocates reignited the quest for accountability. One such figure was Jerry Mitchell, an investigative reporter for the Clarion Ledger in Jackson, Mississippi. Mitchell's extensive research and reporting brought renewed attention to the case, uncovering new evidence and witnesses. In early January 2004, a multiracial group of citizens in Neshoba County formed the Philadelphia Coalition, dedicated to seeking justice for the 1964 murders. Their persistent efforts culminated in a call for justice on the 40th anniversary of the murders, attended by over 1,500 people, including prominent figures like Mississippi Governor Haley Barbour and Congressman John Lewis and Benny Thompson. The pressure mounted, and on January 6, 2005, a local grand jury indicted Edgar Ray Killen for the murders. Killen, now 80 years old, was arrested and charged with 3 counts of murder. His trial was initially scheduled for April 18, 2005, but was deferred after he broke both legs while chopping lumber. The trial finally began on June 13, 2005, with Killen attending in a wheelchair. On June 21, 2005, exactly 41 years after the crime, Killen was found guilty of manslaughter. The jury, composed of 9 white jurors and 3 black jurors, rejected the murder charges but held Killen accountable for recruiting the mob that carried out the killings. Circuit Judge Marcus Gordon sentenced Killen to a maximum of 60 years in prison, 20 years for each count of manslaughter to be served consecutively. Count 1. It is in the sense of this court that you served 20 years in the custody of Mississippi Department of Correction. And count 2. It is in the sense of this court that you served 20 years in the custody of the Mississippi Department of Correction, with this sentence to run consecutive to the Senate pronounced upon you in count 1.
In count 1. This is sentence of this court.
Okay, I'm reading you close to the airfield. Remember, once you engage these bastards, there's only one way this is going. Make a plan, then execute it. No matter how good the plan is, expect sustained resistance. Maintaining the integrity of the plane is the priority here. Don't rush this. Looks like a shit show down there. Clear the airstrip before you think about taking that bird into the sky. If the plane gets shot up, we're back to Alpha.
I'm running fucking low.
Pago's cell phones are going loco, people. Expect more of them any second now. But remember, the mission is the plane.
That you served 20 years in the custody of the Mississippi Department of Corrections. In count 2. This is sentence of this court that you served 20 years in custody of the Mississippi Department of Corrections. With this sentence to run consecutive to the sentence pronounced upon you in count 1.
Killen would have been eligible for parole after 20 years, but his age made it unlikely he would ever see freedom again. In his sentencing remarks, Judge Gordon emphasized the value of each life lost and the importance of imposing the maximum sentence regardless of Killen's age. The prosecution, led by Mississippi Attorney General Jim Hood and Neshoba County District Attorney Mark Duncan, had successfully brought a measure of justice to the families of Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner. Throughout his trial and sentencing, Killen remained largely impassive, showing little emotion or reaction. He opted not to testify in his defense and did not extend any apologies or express remorse for his actions. On On January 24, 2023, a horrifying incident unfolded in Rankin County, Mississippi. Former sheriff's deputies Hunter Elwood and Jeffrey Middleton, along with 5 other officers, were involved in the brutal torture of 2 black men, Michael Jenkins and Eddie Parker. The officers, part of a group infamously known as the Goon Squad, stormed into the home where Jenkins and Parker were staying, responding to a complaint from a white neighbor about suspicious activity.
Elwood worked the 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. shift along with Lieutenant Jeffrey Middleton and Deputy Dana Updike. Their shift called themselves the Goon Squad because of their willingness to use excessive force and not to report it.
The charges against Elwood and Middleton are staggering. They include civil rights conspiracy, deprivation of rights under color of law, discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence, conspiracy to obstruct justice, and obstruction of justice. These charges stem from the officers' actions during the 90-minute ordeal where Jenkins and Parker were handcuffed, beaten, sexually assaulted with a sex toy, and shocked with tasers.
Elwood saw 2 black men inside, MJ and EP. Officer issued them commands and they complied. Dedman handcuffed MJ and tased him multiple times. Elwood handcuffed EP and tased him multiple times. Updike kicked EP in the ribs. There was no probable cause to believe that MJ or EP had committed.
Elwood even shot Jenkins in the mouth, leaving him bleeding on the floor.
Gun. Elwood forced his gun into MJ's mouth and pulled the trigger. The unloaded gun clicked but did not discharge. Elwood racked the slide, forced the gun back into MJ's mouth, and pulled the trigger again. This time, the gun discharged, and MJ collapsed onto the floor.
Instead of providing medical aid, the officers concocted a false cover story and tampered with evidence to hide their heinous acts. This egregious violation of civil rights and abuse of power led to their eventual arrest and trial. The Department of Justice, along with the FBI, launched an investigation into the incident, resulting in the officers' guilty pleas and subsequent sentencing. The courtroom was tense on Tuesday, March 20th, 2024, as former Rankin County Sheriff's deputies Hunter Elwood and Jeffrey Middleton faced their sentencing. The atmosphere was charged with emotion as the victims, Michael Jenkins and Eddie Parker, prepared to confront the men who had inflicted such unimaginable pain on them.
Mr. Elwood, do you have any disagreement with this factual basis? When threats are made against you, it's going to use force or intimidation may cause you to change your belief from not guilty to guilty. After speaking to your attorney, you're the one that decided to plead guilty.
Hunter Elwood, who pleaded guilty to the most serious charge, which was discharge of a firearm during a crime of violence, was sentenced to 241 months, or about 20 years, in prison. During the sentencing hearing, Elwood expressed remorse, saying, "I hate myself for it. I accept my responsibility." His words, however, did little to ease the pain of his victims. Jeffrey Middleton received a sentence of 17.5 years, or 210 months, for his role in the incident. The Department of Justice confirmed these sentences, and the remaining 4 officers involved will face their sentencing hearings later this week. Michael Jenkins, who was shot in the mouth by Elwood during the incident, bravely addressed the court. After Elwood stood up and apologized to him, Jenkins said, "I'm glad he looked at me. I'm glad he see me." While Jenkins expressed some sympathy for Elwood's family, he firmly stated,
After he pleaded, that's what he did.
Eddie Parker, the second victim, also spoke in court. He told Elwood that he forgave him for his actions, but emphasized that Elwood still needed to be punished. Parker said, "Iggy, you know what you know is given or what is done." Click on one of the cards on your screen to see more videos like this.
At Daniel Stark, we study hard. We listen hard. We lawyer hard. Because winning begins with listening. We know your story is unique, and it's our job to know it and to tell it. At Daniel Stark, we lawyer hard.
I wish the internet had been invented earlier, so we could have done a lot of it a lot earlier. Because
We go to a hearing inside the Genesee County Courthouse in Flint, Michigan. 4 teenagers have pled guilty to manslaughter, the death of 32-year-old Kenneth White. The 5th defendant, 19-year-old Kyle Anger, has already pled guilty as an adult to second-degree murder. The teens threw a 6-pound rock off a highway overpass, puncturing the windshield of a passing car, striking White in the head. The driver, Stephen Anther, seeing his friend injured, immediately called 911 for help. defendants all agreed to plead guilty to manslaughter with one stipulation: that they be tried as juveniles, not adults. Judge Joseph Farah is tasked with accepting or rejecting that stipulation. As Judge Farah weighs his decision, several factors work against the teens, including the fact that, for these boys, dropping objects from overpasses was apparently a regular pastime.
There wasn't one event, nor was it done at a single location. The rocks and other items were gathered from other locations, loaded in a truck, and then driven to overpasses to throw them over. Also thrown at other times at other locations: tire irons, a muffler, a shopping cart, a couch. What was the purpose in this game called overpassing? And when did it stop? When somebody was killed.
Additionally, the teens made light of the horrific crime through dozens of heartless Snapchat messages.
51 times the letters LOL, LMAO, or HaHa appear in the messages, and many after it was learned that they had killed somebody. Lay low for a while and everything will be fine. Only way you get in trouble is if a, and I won't say the word, spelled rats, so you better hope he didn't give in already, or else we're going to the slammer.
As Kenneth White's grieving mother watches from the gallery, Judge Farah announces his decision.
The proposal for juvenile sentencing is rejected.
Once that decision is issued, the four defendants withdraw their guilty plea and choose to go to trial. While awaiting trial, 3 of the teens remain in custody without bond, while a 4th, Alexander Miller, is out on $25,000 bond. As for the 5th defendant, Kyle Anger, who's already pled guilty to second-degree murder, he begins serving his sentence of 39 months to 20 years at Michigan State Prison.
They were all in it together. All of them, equal fall.
Next, we head to the S. James Foxman Justice Center in Daytona Beach, Florida.
All right, Miss Cook, come on up.
The woman being sworn in is 18-year-old Keandria Cook. Cook's in court today to receive a sentence for using a dating app to set up a robbery that ended with another teen being shot. The teen survived. Cook has accepted a plea deal that will drop a conspiracy charge, which carried a maximum penalty of life in prison, but counts of carjacking, attempted carjacking with a deadly weapon, and felony battery are still in play.
All right, come on up, Miss Cook. You get to say the final word.
I just want to say that I'm sorry for the that her son had to get shot because I didn't even know he was going to get shot. My boyfriend and his friends get trained to do this. I didn't even know what was going on until I was at the wrong place at the wrong time. I just want to say that I asked the birthday kid this for a second chance so I can get out and finish school. And I keep my mama proud because I'm going to be her first child to bring home high school diploma. I just want to be my mama proud. That's it.
Cook now prepares to hear her sentence as her loved ones look on.
Let's go here before the court for sentencing. All the things that are going in your favor when you didn't hold the during this episode. The second is that the victim survived. That being said, this was intentional. It was a
Final stretch now. It's a 2-horse race with 2 of you in each horse, the ass and the head. Horse 1 is going for the lawyers at City Hall. Horse 2 is on the business partner in Richmond. Sound good? Get moving. Horse 1, there's a ladder going up to the roof of the building opposite City Hall. You've got your long-range rifles, right?
The crying
You want to
youth is
minimize
coming
risk
from
of
Cook's
failure, so you're taking your kills at
sentence
exactly
much
the
more
same
severe
time.
than they expected.
Coordinate your shots. Climb the ladder and get in position on the rooftop.
and no prison time. Judge Foxman allows her to enter a new plea deal, citing miscommunication between Cook and the assistant public defender. As a result of that new deal,
I think he got good in, and I think he got the time on the other side.
Cook's sentence is reduced to 11 years in prison. We're now in Washtenaw County Trial Court in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Your Honor, my client and I have reviewed the pre-sentence report in this matter. We don't find any factual errors.
This is 17-year-old Donta Wright. Wright's in court today to receive his sentence for the shooting death of high school student Jordan Clee. He's pled guilty to armed robbery, conspiracy to commit armed robbery, a felony firearm violation, and second-degree murder. As part of the sentencing, a family member makes a victim impact statement on behalf of the victim's mother, who was too overcome with emotion to speak.
I sincerely hope that whatever it was you wanted so badly that you felt the need to murder my son was worth the next at least 52 years of your continued existence. You won't get the luxury of raising your child because you took mine away.
Wright's demeanor during this statement is not what you might expect.
Your actions have led you to a prison cell, but have also created an empty cell that I live in every day. While you can still hope to be released one day, I'll never escape my hell. You are still alive, but Jordan has no future. Thank you, Your Honor. We're done.
Wright and his attorney approach the podium.
Your Honor, my client wants to address the court.
Oh, of course. Yes, sir. Mr. Wright, what would you like to say?
I just want to tell y'all.
The other team just cleaned up at Popov's house. Bring the deposition back in.
That's all you got to say.
That opportunity could have been used to show remorse to the court for his actions. It wasn't.
You know, I have never in 23 years approximately ever.
For a limited time. Just $631 on the Somniva Queen mattress plus 27% off.
Introducing Diamond Patches Texas Bag. Every day, always $9.99.
Until they're out of the car.
Not accepted a sentence agreement between the parties because it's bargained for, sentence by the parties, but watching you sit there,
Here they come. Wait till they're out and take the shots at the exact same time.
Like this was no
2
big
shots,
deal.
2 kills.
I'm very tempted to just say I'm not going to accept this sentence agreement. We're going to try and
Well done. Now, go down and get their documents, and if the police corner you, make sure you're killed, not
That's what I'm
captured.
tempted to do.
The judge does have the authority to reject the plea deal.
Mr. Bella, do you want me to accept this sentence agreement?
Your Honor, before I answer the court's question, I would like an opportunity to discuss it with the victim's family.
Okay.
If the court would pass it, I would appreciate it.
Happy to do that. We're past this matter.
It's now up to the prosecution to decide whether or not to dismiss the agreement or pursue a trial.
I have had a very lengthy discussion with the victim's mother.
Do not bring those documents anywhere near the apartment unless we're sure the police are not following you. Copy.
Brutally murdered their son by shooting him in the back of the head. He's shown absolutely no remorse. However, the Lee family does want to move on with this. They want to get some closure in this case. They want to try and forgive this defendant and all of his actions for what he did. And they are asking, as well as the people, that you proceed with the sentence.
Okay.
Wright has another opportunity to address the court, this time through his attorney.
Your Honor, my client asked me to apologize to the court. His smiling was in no way meant as disrespectful either to the family, to the some emotional problems, and frankly was scared. Display fear by smiling. He really meant no disrespect. He does take this very seriously, and I think he does feel bad about it.
The judge accepts the sentencing agreement, which puts him behind bars for 25 to 52 years.
I'm sorry for acting immature on the road. I understand that being on the road, you do have other people's lives in your view, and I should have thought about that.
When defendant Cyrus Matthews was there on misdemeanor charges stemming from a road rage case.
As well as is there like any way that we can reverse this jail time? Well, you guys go to jail today. You need to get out there and take care of serious problems. Okay, right now you're going to be killed.
seems to be a moment of hesitation here on Matthew's part. We now know it's the bailiff trying to reason with him, explaining that his escape will lead to felony charges. To no avail. Now, the Wadsworth police take over. Matthews is way ahead, reaching speeds of up to 90 miles an hour. Officer James Walzer is receiving updates.
He was in an older gray four-door vehicle.
Well, yeah, he's not. He's running red lights in Herman, passing on the right at Williams Reserve. My speed's 90, trying to catch up. Wadsworth, I think we're gonna have a code 2. We're gonna have a code 2 at Akron 76.
Matthews has crashed into a white SUV, seen just off the road there.
Where's the app? Here.
That's Matthews' car there.
We're gonna have multiple vehicles, airbag deployment. Babe, are you okay? Okay.
The passengers are a couple and their infant child.
He's okay. All right, we got squads coming.
Thankfully, they have non-life-threatening injuries.
Help them get out. Help them get out. He's up here.
Officer Walzer hustles over towards Matthews' car across the road. You can hear that Matthews realizes he's made a truly horrible decision. Matthews and his girlfriend are extracted by the Wadsworth Police Department and taken to the hospital. Matthews is charged with aggravated felonious assault for injuring his girlfriend and the occupants of the other vehicle. He's sentenced to 425 days in jail. His girlfriend is not charged.
She never gave Skylar 1 ounce of mercy.
We're in Morgantown, West Virginia, for the sentencing of 17-year-old Rachel Schoaf. 2 years earlier, Schoaf and another teen, Sheila Eddy, invited their mutual friend, 16-year-old Skylar Neese, to take a late-night car ride with them to rural Pennsylvania.
Your gut is like a garden, growing both good bacteria and bad. That balance is key to a healthy gut environment. Benefiber's plant-based prebiotic fiber gently nourishes the good bacteria, working with your body to help your gut and you flourish effortlessly every day. Grow what feels good with Benefiber. Insure, invest, protect. Mutual of Omaha. Protect your kingdom.
How's this in?
Milliliter is at the scent inside the tube.
Every tube also adds a hint of
Sorts. You can guess. I've guessed. Simply or
Unknown to Skylar, it seemed like an impromptu road trip was actually a premeditated murder plot.
When they arrived there at that location in the countryside, the three girls got out of the car, and when at the agreed upon signal of a countdown, 1, 2, 3, Rachel Schoaf and Sheila Eddy attacked Skylar Neese and stabbed her to death. Skylar attempted to run away, fought with Skylar. Rachel and Sheila. Murder by a stranger is a horror, but deliberate murder by friends.
Missing person until police began closing in on Shoaf and Eddie. With their stories crumbling, Shoaf ultimately admitted to the murder as part of a plea agreement, agreed to testify against Sheila Eddy, and reveal the location of Skylar's body. Didn't like her. Now at sentencing, Shoaf addresses the court and Skylar's family.
I'm so sorry. I don't know if there's a proper way to make this apology, because there are not even words to describe the guilt and remorse for what I've done. The person that did that was not the real me, not the person I am, not what I'm made of, and not what I believe in. I hurt my parents and shamed my family. I hurt my extended family and all of my friends who loved me. I hurt my teachers and those who believed in me. I hurt my church family, my community, and those who trusted me. And I hurt my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. May God bring eternal peace to Skylar and the entire Neese family. Again, I'm so sorry, and I pray each day for everyone involved, and I pray each day for forgiveness.
Following her statement, Shoaf's attorney asked that his client's cooperation be taken into consideration.
It is my belief, knowing the facts as I do, that this case would not have been resolved without the confession and cooperation of Rachel.
Skylar's father, however, claims her cooperation was just self-serving.
Yes, Rachel Shoaf did tell us where Skylar was. Yes, Rachel Shoaf did cooperate. And Rachel Shoaf also murdered my daughter in cold blood. She should not give any leniency, and she can take her apologies and everything else and sit on it, because that's about what her worth to me and my wife. She has done nothing but make our lives a living hell since this day one. She did cooperate in the end because she knew that it was going to
stretch now. It's a two-horse race with two exciting horses. Gas in the head. Horse 1 is going for lawyers at City Hall. Horse 2 is on the business partner in Richmond. Sound good? Get moving.
Under state sentencing guidelines, Shoaf is looking at between 20 and 40 years in prison.
Got your long-range rifles
Skylar's
right.
uncle,
Want
Michael
to minimize
Wilson,
risk of failure, so you're taking your kills at exactly the same time. Coordinate your shots.
This is a tragedy. I also would like to point out here today, I know in my heart, Skylar fought that night for her life, and now she's gone. Your Honor, I'm here today.
Climb the ladder. Get in position on the rooftop.
For her, as hard as she did to stay alive. The admitted murder sitting here today has nothing but blatant disregard for human life and deserves the maximum sentence for her wrong, and I quote, this extremely horrific and vile crime. Murder is murder.
Now, Rachel Shoaf's fate is in the hands of Judge Russell Clauges.
With respect to the request that the defendant be sentenced as a jury,
Vanderloop and Sherman are on route in a black benefactor shafter. Do not shoot until they're out of the car.
the court can conceive of no rationale under which it would be appropriate that would by
Here they come.
no measure
Wait till they're out and take the shots at the exact same time. 2 shots, 2 kills.
Rachel Shoaf, conviction, offense,
well done. Now, go down and get their documents, and if the police corner you, make sure your kill is not captured.
Shoaf's sentence falls between the minimum 20 years and the maximum of 40 years for second-degree murder. She was given parole eligibility after 10 years. As for her co-conspirator, Sheila Eddy eventually pled guilty to first-degree murder.
The other team just cleaned up in Poplaw's house. Bring the deposition back in. Do not bring those documents anywhere near the apartment until you are sure the police are not following you.
Next, we head to Jackson, Damian Hopkins has pled guilty to first-degree arson. 5 months earlier, Hopkins set fire to the home of Charles Penn, the father of Hopkins' underage girlfriend, Alexis Penn. Hopkins claimed he was protecting Alexis from an abusive father. The house was completely destroyed. Charles suffered first and second-degree burns. Alexis' older sister was in the house the day of the blaze, but was unharmed. Both Hopkins and Alexis were charged with starting the fire. Charles, meanwhile, has never been charged with abusing his daughter. Hopkins pled guilty to the arson charge in exchange for having a lying to a peace officer charge dropped from his case. The state's suggested sentencing guidelines are 15 to 30 years in prison. Today, Hopkins' attorney Susan Denke asked the court to consider her client's positive impact on the community before handing down his punishment.
From a young age, he has been someone who he has seen himself, and others have seen him as someone who is there to help. The court has got a copy of the Citizen Patriot article where he received a courage report.
The victim, Charles Penn, has a completely different opinion of the defendant and of his relationship with 14-year-old Alexis.
Damien was an 18-year-old predator, pedophile, in control because he was bitter about Lexi finally getting her life back together and being with another boy of her own age.
Ultimately, deciding Hopkins' sentence is up to Judge McBain, who lets the defendant know exactly how he feels.
You know, you're anything but a Boy Scout in this man. You're the one statutorily raping that little girl. And now you're trying to save her from her dad that you didn't do anything at all.
Got a clear view of the
Except trying to be a father.
Vanderloop and Sherman are on route to Black Benefactor Shafter. Do not shoot until they're out of the car.
What's that? It's called felony murder. Which means that somebody had actually died in that
We pull her out and take the shots at the exact same time. 2 shots, 2 kills.
without the possibility of parole. You die.
Judge McBain adheres to the state's suggested guidelines, sentences Hopkins to 15 to 30 years in prison. He'll be eligible for parole in 2029. He would be 33 years old.
But frankly, I think you should get more. You deserve the sentence you got here today.
As for Alexis, because she too was charged with first-degree arson, as per Michigan law, she was charged with murder. She pled guilty by mental illness, and Judge McBain sentenced the now 15-year-old to 7 to 20 years in prison. But 10 months later, she appealed. The state gave her a new deal, which reduced her sentence from 7 to 5 years in prison. Alexis has since served the minimum term and has been released.
Bring the deposition back in.
Next, we go to Memphis, Tennessee, for the verdict in the case against Shelby Isaac. The 19-year-old's accused of first-degree murder. The death of Eddie Tate, his girlfriend Edwina Thomas, who was 8 weeks pregnant at the time. The alleged motive? A bad haircut.
Zero in on the right Medicare Advantage plan for you from Taylor Scott Flight Company.
Nearly 2 years earlier, Isaac bought $250 worth of hair extensions from Tate. Apparently upset with the purchase, Isaac scheduled a second meeting to get her money back. And according to testimony of a witness who claimed to be there at the time, that's when she allegedly shot and killed the victims. But the defense pointed to the lack of physical evidence in the case.
We follow credible and unbiased evidence in this case. It does not lead you to show Isaac.
After hearing all the evidence, the jury returned with a verdict.
Yes, the jury will have a verdict in this case. All 4 counts. Were they unanimous?
If Isaac is found guilty, she could spend the rest of her life in prison.
Sounds like the locals have given up that pursuit. Good work, team.
Judge James Lammy reads the verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder as included in count 1.
judge doesn't skip a beat as he individually polls the jurors and moves on to the next count. As the court staff tends to Isaac, who remains on the floor, the judge continues to carry on with the business at hand.
Take it very serious. Take it very serious. As count 2 in the indictment, we the jury find the man guilty of second-degree murder. So is that your verdict? Your verdict, man? Your verdict, man? Your verdict? Your verdict? Your verdict? Your verdict, sir? Your verdict? Your verdict? Your verdict? As count 3, that was count 4, I saw that too. And count 4, the criminally negligent homicide is included in count 4. Is that your verdict, man?
After a few minutes, as the judge continues, Isaac lets out a scream and pleads for help.
Your verdict?
Isaac is convicted of 2 counts of second-degree murder, reckless homicide, and criminally negligent homicide of the unborn baby. She's sentenced to 30 years in a state penitentiary and won't be eligible for release until the year 2040, when she'll be 42 years old.
The problem is, you don't want to play by anybody's rules. You want to play by your own rules.
Next, we go to Berea, Ohio for a probation hearing. The defendant's 18-year-old William Demopoulos. He's on probation for criminal damaging, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, and obstructing official business. Things have not started off well, as Judge Chris Green is annoyed with Demopoulos for refusing to hand over his cell phone to a probation officer.
Give me that phone. What's in that phone you don't want us to find?
Nothing. I just didn't see no need for you guys to confiscate my phone and go through it. I mean,
And you play by your rules. You don't want to play by anybody else's rules.
When the judge hands the phone to a clerk, the defendant starts to retreat.
Come here, Pete. Come here.
man. No, man, this is not right, man. I'm telling you, it's not right. Your system is so messed up.
Stand there. If you're going to act up, give me an officer. Give me an officer.
Please.
No. I'm right now thinking about charging you with resistance.
Please, it doesn't have to be like this, you know.
Stand there and stand like a man.
I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Then you're going to go to jail today.
Sounds like this teen is willing to give up his freedom for a phone.
What did we talk about with regard to following the rules? And they told you to give him the phone?
I don't know why.
The judge breaks it down for Demopoulos.
When you are on probation, your probation officer has a right to take anything they want to take of yours. If they want to search your phone, they search your phone. The problem is, you don't want to play by anybody's rules. You want to play by your own rules.
It's not like that, you know what I mean?
Getting nowhere, the defendant changes his story.
It's not my cell phone.
Whose cell phone is it?
It's my brother's.
Then why didn't you tell them that? I need him handcuffed, please.
Even with deputies closing in, Demopoulos doesn't seem interested in cooperating. As quickly as Demopoulos hops over the table, the deputies tackle him to the floor. That's the defendant's grandfather looking on.
It's like this because you make it like this. My problem is I can't have someone on probation if they won't listen to their probation officer.
He has a problem. I know there's a problem.
Man, he's kind of like a little cat, though.
He's very athletic.
The judge the defendant's probation, and he's charged with resisting arrest. He's sent to jail for 40 days. We're in Vancouver, Washington, where a 16-year-old is in juvenile court after violating his probation. He's joined by his mother. Next to them is the court clerk. But noticeably absent is his attorney. As Judge John Woolley inquires about the lawyer's whereabouts, the teen addresses the court.
I would like to fight for myself and not have an attorney.
It appears this young defendant wants to play Perry Mason, but Judge Woolley doesn't necessarily think that's a good idea.
Oh, that's not a smart play. That's like going out onto the field with the New York Yankees and you've never even learned how to play baseball.
That's fine.
I'm not going to do that. You're going to have an attorney assist you in this matter.
I'm not going to let him fly solo and walk into a court of law and try to practice law, but he isn't even going to finish high school.
I just wanted to say I'm guilty. So I'm going to take my...
We're sending it over to Tuesday.
What Judge Woolley doesn't clarify is that he believes a juvenile can't legally plead guilty without an attorney present.
I'm not going to accept an admission at this time. So put it on for Tuesday for either admit or deny, or for whether or not there'll be a replacement of the attorney.
So far, it looks like Judge Woolley's doing everything in his power to help this defendant. But when the teen continues to question him,
why can't I just admit today?
The judge loses his temper.
Because I'm doing my job, sir. My job requires that I protect your constitutional rights, you as an American citizen. That's my charge. And if you're too stupid to know that what I'm trying to do is protect you, then let me spell it out for you. So step one is I bring the case back with an attorney, and then we talk.
Notice as the court clerk tries to signal to the teen to be quiet.
Because I'm doing my job, sir.
Then scores some brownie points with the boss by backing him up.
And our state Supreme Court has backed you up on that, too.
They have. And I'm sure the U.S. Supreme would, too.
And listen carefully as Mom expresses her dissatisfaction with the judge's choice of words.
The Supreme Court has backed you up on that, too.
They have. And I'm sure the U.S. Supreme would, too.
Okay. You're going to take this and you're going to have a seat. You're going to be back in court. Actually,
perhaps sensing the mood shift in the courtroom, Judge Woolley offers an apology.
And my apologies to everyone in this courtroom. I very rarely lose my temper.
If you want to call it that.
But when I do, it's usually because someone is too stupid to recognize that I'm trying to help them.
There are just a few issues with Judge Woolley's backhanded apology. One, he's just doubled down on calling the defendant stupid.
Which usually because someone is too stupid to recognize that I'm trying to help them.
And two,
I very rarely lose my temper.
Problem is, that's not entirely true. Over a 2.5-year period, Judge Woolley was cited for 4 separate incidents by the Washington State Commission on Judicial Conduct for, quote, a pattern of discourteous, impatient, and undignified behavior. Judge John Woolley would later receive a public reprimand for his ill-tempered courtroom conduct.
Oh, that's not a smart play.
We go to the Juvenile Justice Center in Nashville, Tennessee. It's after 9 p.m. 4 teens aged 15 to 17 have been left unsupervised while on a work detail, off camera in the basement of the building. As minors, these boys are staying here instead of jail, while they await trial for crimes including armed robbery, auto theft, and murder. And as you can see, they don't plan on sticking around for their trials. They've just come up a basement elevator and are wearing what appear to be yellow security vests. While one of the young men begins making his way down the hall, he changes his mind and follows the others up the stairs.
PBM puts together our prescription drug benefits, helps us in our strategy, and gives us the data we need to make informed, cost-effective decisions. Our PBM is very transparent and honest. The PBM marketplace is very competitive, but we have the relationship. Our PBM is part of our family. It's more than a part.
Here we go. Okay, here's my 2 teams. Transporter, officer, you're the ground team. To start with, you'll collect our bus from the junkyard in Sandy Shores.
starts.
Inbound Bolingbroke transport. The pilot's going to LSIA. And me, I'm gonna put up some smoke in a nice crowded public place. I'm giving everyone an AP pistol and a special carbine so there's no fighting over who's the favorite. Ground team, when you get to the bus, the officer's driving, the transporter's in the back playing inmate. The perimeter team do their job. You'll go in place of the scheduled bus. No one will know the difference. This operation's burnt if you attract police attention, so keep your heads down. Got it? Okay, get to work.
But did you know we also got deep? When they get to the ground floor, the teams bolt through the front entrance. No one's stopping. Cameras catch the entire escape. For now, they've made it and run off into the night. Eventually, all four involved in the escape were caught and could now face additional charges. It's later discovered the four teens likely had help from the inside. 2 employees are terminated and arrested for assisting the juveniles in their escape. And this wasn't the first time a juvenile tried to escape this exact same juvenile facility. We go back just 2 years earlier. These staff members have been tracking a teen as he makes his way through the ceiling, just a few feet above their heads. Though he's just out of reach, the ceiling begins to give way. The ceiling doesn't hold, and the defendant crashes through. Security's not giving up and immediately surround him. As his daring, though poorly planned escape comes to an end. Watch again as the juvenile makes one last effort to flee. Security's taking no chances of letting him escape again. He's unhurt and immediately taken back into custody. After this incident and the most recent escape, the city of Nashville is considering taking over operations of the privately run center.
Keisha Johnson.
Now to Louisville, Kentucky, and the Jefferson County District Court. An arraignment hearing is underway for 18-year-old Keisha Johnson, who's charged with possession of marijuana, drug paraphernalia, and tampering with physical evidence.
Come on up here, man.
I'll let you stand here.
When called upon, Johnson decides to address the judge, Sean Delahanty, from the back of the court.
No, stand at this podium, right?
You got the bus? All right. Take it to Bolingbroke and avoid attention.
Take it back. The laws of the state of Kentucky.
Yes, as in like,
Come up here and stand at this podium. I have to get you on the record so that we can see you with your argument.
Johnson's refusing to cooperate because she's part of a sovereign citizens movement, which rejects institutions and believe they aren't bound by the country's laws.
Well, Mr. Johnson, I really don't want to create some big scene. Hang on a second. I do not want to lock you up, but I may very well have to. I need for you to come up here and stand at this podium. No, you cannot. No, you cannot. You have to come up here and stand at this podium.
As the bizarre scene plays out, there's another disruption in the back of the courtroom when a bailiff tells 36-year-old Jenna Vondran to stop filming on her cell phone. In Kentucky, judges are given broad discretion, allowing filming in their courtrooms.
As long as they think you're an inmate and a guard, they shouldn't raise the alarm.
All right. Chris, go ahead and lock her up. Go ahead and take her into custody.
Watch as the judge looks down, presses his panic button to summon additional deputies to the courtroom.
Just sit over there. Nothing wrong. Yeah, I'm not finished the road yet.
So much for that. The facility's on alert. You move for Rishkovsky.
Mix lattes taste like you even all that. Even the extra sugar. Trivia. Taste making.
The next fork and see some stairs in front of you.
cool about this setup is everything is nice and organized and labeled in foam.
After a quick reset, original defendant Keisha Johnson finally steps forward to the podium.
You're charged with possession of marijuana, tampering with physical evidence, and possession of drugs.
You got news on the way. Protect yourselves.
Well, you're charged with illegally possession of marijuana.
Transporter, you are securing him.
While the judge's attention is back to Johnson, deputies in the hallway are still trying to get control of Andre, the woman with the cell phone.
Well, there's not a whole lot more. There's not a whole lot more I can do to try to explain to you.
When trying to play clueless doesn't work, Johnson goes back on the offensive.
Let's start here. He gets
I thought they were sending professionals. I collaborate and you get a shoe for the pleasure. Just give me... There are some screws I hope we run into. Let's go!
There are all of our laws are codified in the Kentucky Revised Statute.
Show me jurisdiction, show me law.
Here you go.
Hey, this doesn't prove that you have
Now, there's a simple way for me to prove jurisdiction to you. I ask the deputy, go ahead and take him into custody.
Check is in your hands, transporter.
You have instructed my court.
Officer, you're clearing a path for the transporter and Reshkovsky. Get them out alive. This is how it's going to work. You're going to clear the area, then Reshkovsky will move up. Clear and
All right, we're going to pass your case tomorrow.
get him out in one piece. Plotting you around out there. Listen up.
Keisha Johnson's arrested and charged with contempt of court. Fast forward to the next day, and she's about to face a new judge.
Keisha Johnson, 56.
This time, Johnson's represented by an attorney.
I don't know how familiar you are with this case. Okay.
I heard a little bit about it. Alright, so this is Miss Johnson. I know that she's in custody today. She's brought over and present.
And she'd like to make a statement to the court.
Had time to think about it, and I believe and I've learned that I need to represent myself and respect the matter while in front of the judge.
Okay, so obviously that behavior will not be tolerated, and that's why you ended up where you are.
Keisha Johnson's found guilty of contempt of court and is released from jail after serving 1 day. On her original charges, 2 were dropped. She's found guilty of possession of marijuana, fined $185. As for Jenna Vondre, who was arrested after filming in the courtroom,
Go ahead and lock her up.
she's found guilty of disorderly conduct and serves 1 day in jail. For this next story, we want to warn you, the facts are gruesome. But as you will see, daring escapes aren't only attempted in the American legal system. As we head over to Russia. This is 18-year-old Leonid Grazer, who's on trial in Moscow, Russia, for the murder of his sister, Aradia Korol. According to the defendant, he was commanded by Satan to kill his 21-year-old sister, who he stabbed multiple times. Today, Grazer's in the Sherbinsky courthouse behind the walls of a glass cage. This practice is rarely seen today outside of Russia to prevent dangerous criminals from attacking or possibly even escaping, which is exactly what Grazer's planning to do. It appears now that Grazer's calmed down, but moments later, he somehow has slipped through the slats at the top of the bulletproof security dock. A gap in the video doesn't reveal how he did it, but if we look again, officers consider opening the box to stop him, but Grazer's way ahead of them. One officer strikes him. He's not giving up. officer runs over and presses a large button on the wall, calling for backup. Grazer's pants are coming off during the escape. The officer has a firm grip on Grazer's leg and is not about to let go. Then another officer arrives. At this point, these Russian officers are not playing around. As the taser comes out, he makes sure Grazer knows what's about to happen. Grazer's finally had enough. After putting his pants back on, Grazer will go on to make a full confession for the murder. Said he had no regrets about what he did. We go to a sentencing in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The defendant is 18-year-old Brendan Wazinski, who's charged with impersonating a sheriff's deputy. 6 months earlier, Wazinski was driving an unmarked car with a police siren. He pulled over a driver for speeding. Albuquerque police officer Danny Anzo came upon the scene and, thinking something off about the situation, decided to check it out.
Can I talk to her for a minute?
Okay, get to it. As long as they think you're an inmate and a guard, they shouldn't raise the alarm. I said shouldn't.
I know, I'm undercooked.
Do you have an ID with you?
This is all I got on me. Like I said, I'm undercooked. I was just heading over there to the courthouse.
It's the courthouse. I don't see him.
To get my crap.
The wannabe cop sticks to his story.
I know, it makes no sense. I caught him going 120 down I-40.
The officer has Wazinski hang around while he checks on his story. While he waits for a response, Anzo casually chats with Wazinski. One officer to sort of another.
Right into the next fork and see some stairs in front of you.
Yeah, you're speeding, dude. You could have called it in.
I'm gonna give you instructions. Try and change to the target, taking you around most of the security.
I understand. This, for starters, I know this looks really bad. This looks really bad.
I thought they were sending professionals. I collaborate and nearly get a ship for the pleasure. Just give me.
I'm not saying I'm perfect, but
Guys, there are some screws I hope we run into.
just do me a favor, hang tight for a second.
Let's go!
Okay?
It sounds like the officer might be letting him go. Not so fast. Anzo requests a supervisor from the Bernalillo Sheriff's Office to come down to the scene. Meantime, he puts Wazinski in the back of his cruiser.
The paycheck is in your hands, transporter. Protect Reshkovsky. Officer, you're clearing the path for the transporter and Reshkovsky. Get them out alive.
It looks like this bizarre game of good cop, bad cop may be coming to an end. So, Wazinski is clear.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Listen, I'm just gonna be straight up honest with you. I'm not a cop. I'm just gonna
You get that back?
I bought it offline.
Do me a favor, stay in here, okay? For a second.
After discussing the strange situation with his sergeant, Anzo makes the next move.
Hey, Brendan, step out of the vehicle for a second. Can you face the vehicle? At this point right now, you are being under arrest.
downtown, Wazinski sheds a few tears in the back seat. Wazinski's formally charged with impersonating an officer, a misdemeanor. The second officer takes him off to jail.
Yeah, buddy. You ever pretend to be a cop? Lesson learned, right?
As they head downtown, the reality of the situation kicks in for this county. Stands before a very real judge. Instead of fighting the charge, Wazinski pleads no contest. He's sentenced to 1 year of probation. The judge also rules he can't carry any firearms or handcuffs and must undergo a psychiatric evaluation.
So do you not want any kind of records instead of face? Does that make sense?
But this sham sheriff story doesn't end there. Wazinski violates his probation by failing to get that psych evaluation. But he gets a break, and the judge gives him an extra 2 weeks to complete the evaluation. During this extension, Wazinski sees his life. Wazinski did eventually complete his evaluation and was able to avoid jail time. And hopefully his days of impersonating an officer are over.
This looks really bad. This screams whacker.
As for the driver Wazinski pulled over, he was, of course, free to go. Our next stop is the Warren County Common Pleas Court in Lebanon, Ohio. For a case that riveted many around the nation. Today, all eyes are focused on this packed courtroom, because in just a few moments, the jury will decide the fate of Brooke Skylar Richardson, a young mother accused of killing her newborn baby. Just 2 years earlier, the then 18-year-old high school senior gave birth to a little girl at home one night. Didn't tell anyone. She managed to keep her pregnancy a secret because she suffered from an eating disorder and only gained 15 pounds. And Richardson apparently wasn't sure the baby, whom she named Annabelle, was alive at birth. So she took the body into the backyard and buried it. 2 months later, Richardson's OBGYN told police she confessed to him that she killed the baby. Authorities dug up the remains of Annabelle, and the high school cheerleader was hauled in for questioning by police.
Did she maybe breathe a little bit? You think we were too tight? You said I think maybe I held her too tight. Tell me what that means. I don't think she was ready.
In a moment that will change her mind forever, she seemingly confesses to detectives.
The future of specialty care is happening right now at Cleveland Clinic. Focus on the business you're in, not the technology you need. Learn more at ncrvoyix.com.
Richardson's arrested and charged with a number of counts, including aggravated murder and involuntary manslaughter. It's a sensational trial that made headlines across the country. On social media, Richardson and her family were vilified. They even received death threats. Finally, more than 2 years after that tragic night,
You may be seated.
Brooke Skylar Richardson is about to learn her fate.
Ma'am, has the jury reached a verdict in the case?
We have.
If she's found guilty, she could go to prison for the rest of her life.
With regard to count one, we, the jury in the above captioned case, find the defendant, Brooke Skylar Richardson, not guilty of the offense of aggravated murder, not guilty of the offense of involuntary manslaughter. Count three, child endangerment. We, the jury, find the defendant, Brooke Skylar Richardson, not guilty of child endangerment. Verdict form number 4. We, the jury in the above captioned case, find the defendant, Brooke Skylar Richardson, guilty of the offense of abuse of the corpse. Ladies and gentlemen, are those the verdicts of the jury? You may be seated.
Richardson is only found guilty on one lesser count.
I'm going to set this matter for sentencing tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
But the next day, before she's sentenced, Judge Donald Oda takes a moment to remind everyone that despite the verdict, a life was lost.
The jury found that the state did not prove that you were guilty of killing your baby. But I think what often gets overlooked, Ms. Richardson, is just how precious life is. I firmly believe, Ms. Richardson, in fact, I know in my heart that if you would have made different decisions in this case, Annabelle would be here today. And I know that might be difficult for you to hear, but I think that your choices before birth, during birth, and after show a grotesque disregard for life.
And with that, Judge Oda informs Richardson of her sentence.
I'm going to place you on 3 years of basic supervision. I'm going to order as a term of your community control that you spend 7 days in the county jail. I'm going to credit you the 7 days that you have already done, which means that you are going to be going home today.
Richardson's long ordeal finally concludes with her being placed on 3 years probation. We head to Miami, Florida for a bond hearing. 18-year-old Gianni Sosa Hernandez has been charged with criminal mischief. 2 weeks earlier, Sosa Hernandez was at a local mall with a friend when he spotted a fake alligator on display in an off-limits area and decided he wanted to rescue it.
Hey, bro, what's up, man? What you better do? Let's get me how we play, man. That's up. No, man,
The defendant was mimicking a well-known takedown move known as an RKO, made famous by professional wrestler Randy Orton.
Hey, bend that boy. 1, 2, 3.
Sosa Hernandez left the mall before security and police learned about the incident. He later posted the clip on social media. And 2 weeks later, after a witness from the mall identified him as the alligator wrestler, Sosa Hernandez was arrested. Today, he appears before Judge Renata Francis.
Gianni Sosa Hernandez. Gianni Sosa Hernandez.
Yeah, he's back.
This is not the first time Sosa Hernandez has appeared before Judge Francis. The judge had seen him the previous week because of another RKO stunt where Sosa Hernandez tried the same move on the principal of his high school. But this time, the outcome was slightly different. Sosa Hernandez was arrested for battery and spent 2 nights in jail. When the principal decided to drop the charges, the case was dismissed.
You're back, Mr. Sosa Hernandez. All right.
Now it's up to Judge Francis to decide if Sosa Hernandez will be released on bond for his alligator wrestling stunt.
You're being charged with criminal mischief. What's the allegations this time?
Based upon the arrest that he had last week, they were able to identify the defendant from a video posted on social media where he jumps over the wooden pedestrian barrier at the falls, grabs an alligator display, throws it to the ground, and then does an RKO, which I guess is the defendant's signature move on this alligator. It states that the total cost of the alligator was $3,690. That seems a little expensive. I don't know how much alligators cost.
The judge asked for the state's recommendation.
The state's requesting a stay-away order on the falls.
Stay away from that location. You understand?
Yes. Sorry, yes.
Falls Shopping Center at 888 Southwest 136th Street.
The public defender then offers his recommendation.
Your Honor, give a pre-trial.
That's what Your Honor did on the previous case.
Pre-trial? Okay. Pre-trial services.
With the stay-away order from the shopping center.
With the stay-away order, most certain. Okay, no hold.
Finally, Judge Francis offers the defendant some advice.
You've got to find something else to do. I mean, really, this is just, you're just going to keep coming back here and keep being a media sensation for all the wrong reasons.
Sosa Hernandez was released on pretrial services and pled not guilty. The case was ultimately withheld. In Florida, judges can withhold adjudication of guilt, meaning Sosa Hernandez won't have a conviction on his record if he stays out of trouble. A judge did mandate he pay $403 in fines, which he did, but he did not have to pay for the damaged alligator. Next, we take you inside Gwinnett County Superior Court in Lawrenceville, Georgia, for a sentencing. The defendant is 15-year-old Reginald Lofton. He's been convicted of felony murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault. 9 months earlier, Lofton, along with 21-year-old Jermaine Young, ordered pizza at their apartment complex. When delivery driver Shane Varnador showed up with their food, they robbed and shot him, leaving the 28-year-old to die in the parking lot.
Okay, you're splitting into two teams. Transporter, officer,
when police investigated, they learned that Lofton's phone used to place the food order. After searching the apartment, they discovered hidden pizza boxes as well as the guns to the crime. While it was unclear to investigators who pulled the trigger, Young and Lofton were both arrested. Lofton, who was 14 at the time, was charged as an adult. Both pled not guilty. Cases went to trial. After hearing all the evidence in Lofton's case, the jury returned to the verdict.
Perimeter team do their job. You'll go in place of the scheduled bus. No one will know the difference. This operation's burnt if you attract police attention, so keep your heads down. Got it? Okay, get to work.
Even though he was charged and tried as an adult, Lofton's ineligible for the death penalty since he's a minor. Now at sentencing, Lofton appears before Judge Randy Rich to hear his punishment. But before the judge imposes sentence, Lofton's sister, Portia Porter, came to the court for mercy.
My brother do deserve a second chance at life. Instead of throwing him in a jail cell, help him, counseling.
When she's finished, the young defendant briefly addresses Shane's family, including his mother, sitting in the gallery. The judge sentences Lofton to life in prison. But because he's a minor, in the state of Georgia, Lofton's eligible for parole after 30 years. Before he's removed from the court, the judge has a final few thoughts for the defendant regarding the length of his sentence.
I wish I could give you more time than I can because I think you're a cold-blooded killer. I hope you never got out of jail.
Compton was sentenced to an adult prison for life, but he'll be eligible for parole when he's 45 years old. As for Young, he was found guilty on all charges, including malice murder and armed robbery. He was sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for the murder, plus another 20 years for the aggravated assault. Next, we're in Jefferson County District Court in Louisville, Kentucky, for an arraignment. Casey Brightwell is charged with driving under the influence, criminal mischief, fleeing or evading, possession of marijuana, resisting arrest, and several other charges. One day earlier, someone reported an intoxicated woman behind the wheel of a car near an intersection. Police arrived to find 18-year-old Brightwell in the driver's seat and her 2-year-old in the back. Brightwell proceeded to back into a patrol car and then flee the scene. Officers eventually caught up with her, took her into custody, and found marijuana in the vehicle.
Okay, get to it. As long as they
Today, Brightwell is in arraignment court before Judge Annette Caron.
I said shouldn't.
The charges against her are being read into the record.
Hold on, we're not done telling you your charges, and it's not going to help you to get real mouthy here. So we're going to tell you what your charges are. We're not asking if you, ma'am, listen to me, okay? We're not asking if you agree with the charges. We're telling you what they are, and they will enter a plea of not guilty. Now listen to the charges quietly.
So much for that. Facilities on alert. You move for Rishkovsky. Go west along the walkway, taking a left at the fork.
Brightwell seems to have calmed down.
Turn right at the next fork and see some stairs in front of you.
Well, I'm going to tell you. We're going to read this real quick, okay? So, and I don't want you to comment. I'm reading this. This is the description of a police officer. Officers were dispatched to 7th Street in reference to a female sitting in her vehicle and appeared to be intoxicated and confused
I thought they were sending professionals. I collaborate and we'll get a ship for the pleasure.
Conversation, the accused
Just give me
car in reverse and backed into Sergeant Mike Thompson's patrol car, causing damage. She then fled in the vehicle south on 7th Street. Accused would not stop when patrol units were behind her with lights and sirens activated. Accused was finally stopped after being boxed in. While attempting to arrest her, accused had to be physically against the car.
You better have a good plan!
While escorting her to another
Paycheck is in your hands, transporter. Protect Reshkovsky. Officer, you're clearing a path for the transporter and Reshkovsky. Get them out alive.
That's where you're
Follow you around out
those
there. Listen up.
I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty.
This is how it's going to work. You're going to clear the area, then Reshkovsky. Clear and move. Clear and move. Get him out in one piece.
Now, given she's facing multiple felonies and... Ma'am?
I'm already in penalties on Arthur's for something that I didn't do. I will get an attorney, and I will get a good one, and that's what you guys are saying. You're not going to come out like that.
Judge Caron seems to have had enough of Brightwell.
All right, take her back. She'll be a good judge.
The day after this hearing, Brightwell was released to a home incarceration program. She pled guilty to operating a motor vehicle under the influence and wanton endangerment. She was sentenced to 180 days in jail, with 81 days credit for time served in home incarceration. The remaining time was suspended. She was also fined $200, had her driver's license revoked for 30 days.
I don't like your...
There's an excuse for a human sitting in front of me. He is a waste of space.
Next, we went to Appleton, Wisconsin for a sentencing. 18-year-old Desmond Ellis has pled no contest to second-degree intentional homicide and first-degree reckless endangering safety. A year earlier, Ellis was in a shopping mall when he got into an argument with 19-year-old Giovanni Foster, reportedly over a girl. Ellis pulled a gun and shot Giovanni, killing him and injuring a bystander, 20-year-old Colt Lemmers.
P.F. Chang's invites you to celebrate the holidays with fried chicken and buns.
What's really cool about this setup is everything is nice and organized and labeled in foam.
The mall was evacuated, but Ellis Ellis escaped. He was captured days later in Iowa. Ellis was initially charged with first-degree intentional homicide, which carries a sentence of life in prison. To avoid a life sentence, he pled no contest to a lesser charge. He's now looking at a maximum of 60 years. In a tension-filled courtroom, where some spectators have already been asked to leave, Judge Mark McGinnis sends a clear message. No matter what the sentence is, no outbursts will be tolerated.
You know, this is a sensitive, very emotional afternoon, and I expect that everybody in here is going to act appropriately.
Before the judge announces his sentence, Shivani's parents both deliver strong statements to their son's killer.
Sitting in front of me should not be free. He deserves life in prison. He is a waste of space. He deserves to sit in prison and think of why.
Ground team going into the bus. The officers driving and transporters in the back playing inmate. The perimeter team do their job. You'll go in place of the scheduled bus. No one will know the difference. This operation's burnt if you attract police attention, so keep your heads down. Got it? Okay, get to work. You're coming up on Bowling.
The next person to speak is Paul
Together and they'll let you in. You've got clearance.
who continues to struggle since the shooting.
Just one, huh?
All I do is just to go shopping.
The drug laws
Bring
need
in
to
food
get
for my
full.
family.
Come on.
I trust everybody. I set up my house and I do nothing with knowledge.
When Colt is finished, Ellis has something of his own to say.
I made a mistake that I regret, and I'm gonna regret it the rest of my life.
Okay, get to it. As long as they think you're an inmate and a gun, they shouldn't raise the alarm. I said
Finally, with the gallery anxiously awaiting the outcome, the judge announces the sentence.
I'm going to send you to the Wisconsin State Prison System for a period of 55 years. Your initial term of confinement in prison will be 35 years. The time you'll serve on extended supervision is...
As soon as the judge is finished, several members of the gallery begin to act out.
So much for that. The facility's on alert. You're low for Rishkovsky. Go west along the walkway, taking a left at the fork. You'll turn right at the next fork and
As the
see some
deputy
stairs in
places
front of
Roman
you.
in cuffs, a like-minded spectator seemingly tries to stop him. The first woman is removed
Noose on the way. Protect yourselves.
as the remaining spectators are asked to leave.
I thought they were assembled professionals. I collaborate and merely get a shift for the pleasure. Just give
And
me...
as the group moves outside of the courthouse parking lot, emotions are still running high.
Let's go!
Officers are able to keep the peace, and ultimately there are no arrests. As for Ellis, in addition to the murder count, he's also sentenced to 5 years for recklessly endangering safety. In total, he received a sentence of 40 years in prison, plus 25 years of extended supervision.
Is in your hands, Protect Rishkovsky. Officer, you're clearing
We go
a
to
path for the
Louisville,
transporter
Kentucky,
and
for a
Rishkovsky.
pre-trial hearing in the case of 19-year-old Keontae Hunter.
This is how it's gonna work. You're gonna clear the
2
area,
years
then
earlier,
Rishkovsky
Hunter was
will
accused of entering the home of 21-year-old Jesse Williams and shooting him and his girlfriend, Shardevra Cooper, while they slept. Jesse died of a gunshot wound to the chest. Shardevra was hit in the leg and survived. The couple were acquaintances of Hunter's, but the motive was unclear. Hunter was arrested and charged with murder, attempted murder, first-degree assault, and tampering with physical evidence. Today, the court is hearing testimony and arguments about a motion filed by Hunter's public defender, Josh Roberts, to suppress a statement Hunter gave to police after the shooting.
Keontae was a juvenile at the time. Case law does support, and just our own common sense, ways that juveniles have lower understanding, lower intelligence when it comes to legal rights and things of that nature.
Hunter take umbrage at Roberts' comments.
I would argue that, given his situation as a juvenile, that Commonwealth has not met their burden showing that that was an intelligent, voluntary waiver.
You'll get your written order once I've reviewed the statement in its entirety.
Hunter's been sitting quietly for 35 minutes. You're going to incentivize this. We need Richmond to get out of the country quickly and in good health. So better you do these things, better you're paid.
Sit down. It's conflict of interest between me and the compound, man. I want to file for the most. Get through. I want to do it off my case.
An officer gets Hunter back in his seat. But when he drops the F-bomb in open court, the deputies decide it's time for him to leave.
Mister.
That's when Hunter leans in and spits in his attorney's face, then swings his handcuffed arms at him. The deputies pull Hunter away just in time and wrestle him to the floor. As he's led out of the courtroom, Hunter leaves Roberts with a threat.
Let's go. I'm calling my next court date, dog. Spit in your face. I'm break
You okay, Mr. Roberts?
I am, Judge.
Mister.
Despite the outburst, the motion was actually successful. Part of Hunter's statement was suppressed, and he was assigned a new public defender. But eventually, he was convicted of murder, first-degree assault, and tampering with physical evidence. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Next, we head to the Bradford Crown Court in Bradford, UK, for a rather dull-looking day that's about to get very interesting. This is a 17-year-old who's just been sentenced to 21 weeks in jail for stealing a mobile phone. And this is 21-year-old Callum Fittner, who's about to press a button on the wall, allowing a door to fly open, so his very fast friend can attempt to escape. In an instant, Fittner goes from alleged co-conspirator to full-on cheerleader. Once the convicted phone thief makes it out of the hallway, he takes off through the security checkpoint with 4 security officers in hot pursuit. And his loyal friend trailing close behind. It's obvious from the security camera footage that the teen's speed is just too much for the Bradford Crown Court security team. By the time they get outside, 1, 2, 3 guards seem to decide it's just not worth chasing him any further. But one dedicated officer refuses to quit. He keeps up the pursuit, though at a slower pace. And of course, Fittner shows up again and heads down the stairs, presumably to meet up with his friend and celebrate the successful getaway. Unfortunately for the daring duo, the mobile phone bandit was caught 2 days later and given an extra 6 months in jail for the escape. As for Fittner, by the time he stepped in front of the judge, he decided not to press his luck. He pled guilty to aiding and abetting his friend's escape and was sentenced to 3 months in jail. County Municipal Courthouse in Columbus, Ohio. Days earlier, a fight broke out after some people, including Mitchell, were asked to